Dr. Sreedevi sir, I welcome you sir, and Kaisar Jamil madam, OWSD president is there with us. I welcome you madam. Now I request Dr. Kaisar Jamil madam onto the dais as the chair for the fourth technical session on Science, Technology and Environment. Thank you, madam. Now I request Narmada madam to introduce Kaisar madam. I also invite Professor Purushottam sir as a keynote speaker onto the dais, sir.
Respected Principal Sir, dignitaries, delegates, participants and my dear students. A very good morning and a warm welcome to last day, that is third day of International Conference on Role of Women in Inspiring and Inclusive Growth of Society, organized by WEC, Women Empowerment Cell, Government City College. Without much delay, I would going to start this technical session with the theme Science, Technology and Environment. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Professor Kaisar Jamil Madam, Research Director, Head of the Department of Genetics at Bhagwan Mahavir Hospital, and she is also President of OWSD National Chapter of India. And I would like to invite her to chair the session. Yes. Next, I would like to invite on to the dais Purushottam sir. I feel highly privileged to introduce K. Purushottam Reddy sir. He is an eminent environmentalist, academician, development activist of India, was born to farmers' family. He held various academic positions in Osmania University as professor, head of the department, and as a chairman board of studies in political science department. He was director of Center for Environmental Studies of the university. He was a source of inspiration for fellow academicians students. He is a resource person for many universities and their academic staff colleges in the state, MCR HRD, AP Judicial Academy, MIT School of Government, Pune, ESCI and many more institutions. He has published more than 80 papers in national as well as international journals and addressed more than 3,000 gatherings. Played key role in struggle against industrial pollution, currently working on public policies related to sustainable development of India. I feel highly privileged and honored to have you, sir, as a keynote speaker to this session. On to Purushottam Reddy, sir.
Good morning, friends. Respected Professor Kaisar Jamil Madam, distinguished faculty, eminent participants and dear students. At the outset, I am extremely grateful for having me here, and I thank the organizers for giving me this chance. On this topic of women empowerment, I wish to state that the entire subject of environment was basically promoted by women activists. To begin with, I wish to draw the attention of all the participants here to the wonderful role played by a top environmental scientist, Rachel Carson, Rachelcarson, and she was relentlessly working on this subject of environment, particularly marine ecology, and it is her book, The Silent Spring, which can be described as the book which launched environmentalism in the world. And the year was 1962-63. What a marvelous contribution. Then we go a little further. We come to the year 1972, the year of the Stockholm Conference. And there also, this particular conference was held in Stockholm, 1972, and the conference was organized by the United Nations. The conference itself was known as the United Nations First Conference on Human Environment. And you know, on behalf of India, Madam Indira Gandhi, then Prime Minister of India, she was the only elected head of a government to attend, 1972, the only head of a government to attend that particular global conference. And Madam Gandhi was very much inspired. She was very much inspired and convinced, and therefore, after the conference, when she returned to India, Madam Gandhi took the lead and established what is known as a parliamentary committee to go into the question of water pollution. And that committee, which was headed by Mr. Mohan Daria and subsequently Mr. Krishnakant, based on the recommendations of that particular committee, which drafted the Prevention of Water Pollution Bill. The Government of India then passed adopted the Water Act of 1974. Based on the provisions of the Water Act, pollution control boards came to be organized in this country in the year 1976. Then I have another important personality to mention, and that is, we come to the year 1987, actually 1984, when the United Nations appointed a commission, and the name of the commission is WCED, World Commission on Environment and Development. And that was headed by the Prime Minister of Norway, Mrs. Gro Harlem Brundtland. Friends, when we look at the sequence, right from Rachel Carson to Indira Gandhi to Mrs. Brundtland, the task of heralding or launching the entire debate on environment was on the shoulders of the women leaders. Now we come to the modern day, how serious is the problem. For the benefit of all the students, I request them to please connect to the WCED report, World Commission on Environment and Development report. That particular report, friends, is in two parts. The first part talks about the very many issues or the challenges faced by the planet Earth. These are namely the depletion of the ozone layer, global warming leading to climate change. Third is the loss of biodiversity, LOSS. Fourth is the expanding deserts or desertization. And fifth is the challenge posed by nuclear reactors and bombs. These were identified as the 5 major problems. But then that particular report went ahead further and they explained the difficulties of organizing development. This is very important. And it is here we come to the very famous definition given by the WCED report, where they spoke about the sustainability of development. That is, development should be sustainable, otherwise what is the fun? So that particular scenario, the World Commission report, it highlighted that it is the duty of the governments in the entire world. They need to go to the rescue of the poorest of the poor, and governments are there basically to address the essential needs of the global poor. All that is fine, but how should they be organizing development? So it is here that that particular report says that the organizers of development, that is we the people living in the very many countries, particularly in a democracy, we the people should take the lead and we need to be active. Eternal vigilance is the price we need to pay in a democracy. And we should give our inputs to the governments, because the governments are there to take note of our inputs. We call it as the inputs on the political system. And the government has to assimilate, take note of all the rising aspirations of the people. And then it should come up with public policies which are basically aimed at addressing the essential needs of the poorest of the poor. But again, not just for 10 years or 20 years, but on a sustainable basis. So the critical point here is that we the people living on this planet Earth, we need to realize that we are not the last generation to live on this planet Earth. Life has to continue. We are all here temporarily. And we have a great responsibility. Yes, we need to, because we are born, because we are alive, we have certain needs, and therefore we need to organize activity to meet our needs. But while meeting our needs, while organizing that activity, we need to be very, very responsible. Because we have to constantly keep in mind the needs of the coming generations. Friends, this particular report was adopted at the 1992 Rio Conference, and after having adopted the report, the Rio Conference, that is United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, it is known as UNCED, they adopted not only the report, but they also decided on the way forward. Now, when it comes to the way forward, it's important because they were very clear and they wanted to address the very many issues highlighted in the World Commission report. And those issues, to address those issues, they created certain umbrella organizations or agencies. One such agency is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, that is UNFCCC. And UNFCCC, basically it came into being to bring the world together, to organize several conferences almost on an annual basis. These conferences are known as the COP, Conferences of Parties. Now who are the parties here? All those countries which were signatory to the Rio Conference, to the decision to form UNFCCC. And that is why, friends, about 28 times the whole world met in the very many conference of parties, and the 29th is going to be organized this year in Azerbaijan. And believe me, friends, thanks to the very many conferences, there is some kind of a consensus at the global level. And the consensus, thanks to UN, it is very clear that the whole world needs to agree on certain things. And one of the most important thing is, yes, the time has come for all of us to phase out the fossil fuels. Because global warming is basically because of the increasing accumulation of CO2 in the air. The more the CO2, the greater the temperature trapped. But then, in the very many conferences, there were times when the world seemed to agree, but somehow the nations of the world which are in the grip of the corporates, the governments are not loyal to their own commitments given at a global conference. As a result, we see that there is a huge gap between the promise of the governments made at a global conference and the performance of the nations in their own respective countries. This is a very serious problem. But what is surprising is that in spite of internet, in spite of modern times, in spite of Google and so many other facilities that have come, where information is there in every phone, in every computer, I don't understand why the youngsters in this country or worldwide, why are they silent? Why are they not rising up? Yes, they need to protest because it is their life which is at stake. Everybody knows that science has spoken. IPCC reports are very, very clear. There is hardly any time. David Attenborough has been cautioning the entire humanity that we, Homo sapiens, and other species, particularly sapiens, because we are knowledgeable, we have the capacity to think and act. Yes, we know that we are face to face with the sixth mass extinction. Knowing fully well that tomorrow it's going to be tough. Already global warming resulting in massive climate changes is a witness to extreme weather events, and it is taking a very heavy toll. And what is interesting, particularly for all the youngsters, I request all of you to note, and you need to become activists. People in India, they are happy just taking the information. That information is not being converted into action. Please remember that we are all in a democracy. And it is people's public opinion that is going to prevail. But the public have to give out their opinion. That is why it's going to be tough. Friends, please also remember that every passing year is reported as the extreme, what we call the hottest year ever witnessed. 2024 is already being described as the hottest year ever to be witnessed. 2023 was very hot. It's going to be even more tough. So where are we going? What's happening? Why this indifference on the part of the educated? Okay, friends, I wish to compliment the City College and particularly the topic for the wonderful topic they have given out, and that is about the role of the women. It's not just gender issues. They are important, but today it's a question of survival. Yes, we all need to come together. We need to be assertive. But however, just to conclude, for the benefit of the students, I wish to bring to their notice that the students and even the faculty today, they have to connect to YouTube, internet and Google, etc. And they have to listen to the speeches of Ralph Nader, David Attenborough, and the very many Supreme Court Chief Justices of America, India, because it's a question, it's a human rights issue. Environmental issues are nothing but human rights. Our right to life, right to clean surroundings, right to health, and right to sustainable future, all these things are at the core of the issue. Friends, United Nations has done its job. In fact, they brought the whole world together and enabled them to agree on certain things which are very common. For example, in 1992 itself at the Rio conference, a blueprint for sustainable development was given out to the world, and that was known as Agenda 21. Subsequently, when the year 2000 came, and when there was a shift from one millennium to another, that was the time when the UN gave another development package, and that was known as the Millennium Development Goals. On 8 important issues, UN wanted the nations of the world to come up with policies and strategies to go to the rescue of the poorest of the poor on 8 fronts. Subsequently, when it came to 1st of January 2016, United Nations gave a more compact, all-inclusive development design, and that is known as Sustainable Development Goals. Friends, I am extremely happy that in this country, thanks to UGC and the very many governments, environment is now recognized as a major area of research and study. And I request my youngsters in this college, don't ever be confined to the narrow silo approach. That is, knowledge cannot be confined to a restricted area. Knowledge in the days to come, it's already interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. And for all the students, there are umpteen number of opportunities waiting. It is for you to seize, never complain of unemployment. What the government can give is nothing. It is pittance, a few jobs here and there. But there is a great challenge, managing the waste, managing the sewage, managing the industrial effluents, managing the what we call waste management is a big subject. Renewable energy is a big subject. Organic farming is a big subject. Similarly, managing the water so as to quench the thirst of every field and farmer, to ensure that the livelihood of the people is not lost, and also to give water which is potable. All these things, challenges are there. Particularly in India, everything is in a mess. India has the world's most polluted cities. Our Himalayas are endangered. Eastern Ghats, Western Ghats are simply being ripped open, and there's so much of mining going on. Our cities, right now, Bangalore it has become Cape Town. There is an acute water problem. And environmentalists in this country, we have been cautioning, we have been forewarning that Bangalore would face this problem. Even in Hyderabad, when the government wanted to do away with the GO 111, we had voiced our concern. Governments throughout the world, they play to the tunes of the corporates. It is we, the people, who need to be vigilant, and we need to play a very important positive role. We the people, should be knowledge-driven, and that is the role expected under the Constitution of India, Article 51A. Friends, it is our fundamental duty to protect the environment, right? In fact, we are only doing our duty as per the Constitution and nothing more. So once again, I thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. In view of the shortage of time, I take, and I'm thankful, I take your permission to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent and informative talk. And my opinion, sir, it is everyone's responsibility to save the environment for future generations, sir. And I am a big fan of your lectures, sir, on environmental science. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dr. Rukmini Madam from the Department of Astronomy, Osmania University. I request her to start her lecture on the topic Challenges for Female Scholars and Professionals in the Field of Science and Technology. I welcome you, Madam.
The person who is monitoring it is not available. I need this to be PPT. You can do this. Pen time you have given, na? Yeah. संतोष को बुलाओ Good morning all. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Government City College, for inviting me here. And I am privileged to speak in front of the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Good morning to one and all, the faculty, the students. I was supposed to choose a topic in science and technology. So basically I am from Department of Astronomy. My name is Dr. Rukmini. I am an assistant professor in Department of Astronomy, University College of Science, Usmania University. And that's what I chose. Challenges for female scholars and professionals in astronomy. So I'll take a bit of time. I would like to list out some of the people from history. One of them being Bassi, Katerina Bassi. And it's a privilege to see that nearly 400 years, 300 to 400 years back, there were women who pioneered in astronomy. She was the first doctorate in her continent, and she has been selected. She was selected in one of the scientific committees as well. But the darker side of this is, we find that she was not allowed to take regular classes in her university. Though postgraduate, she was not allowed to take the regular classes. And though she was a member of the scientific committee, she was stopped, she was not obliged to cast a vote in the committee for the selection. And we find that only due to the cooperation of the family members, she could achieve certain excellence in subjects. The next is Herschel, Carolina Herschel. In astronomy, there is one prominent figure called as William Herschel. He has taken number of observations of galaxies, fuzzy objects in the sky using his own designed telescopes. And they have catalogued, those were the first ever catalogs which were made in the field of astronomy. People came to know that we are not the only galaxy which is available. Milky Way galaxy is not the only galaxy in the universe, but there are number of galaxies available in this universe. Now, Carolina Herschel was a sister of William Herschel. In fact, her own mother restricted her from going towards an education. So she was trained at home, and she was interested in math, science and astronomy. But we find that she was assisting William Herschel in his observations. She was an assistant observer, and she was taking care of all the issues which were related to designing the instruments, telescopes, taking observations, cataloging them, and then coming up to some conclusions about the objects which were being discovered. She herself has discovered number of comets. She was called as First Lady. The comet which she discovered for the first time was called as First Lady comet. And no female astronomer was working in the field of observational astronomy at that time. And she was called, the comet which she discovered for the first time was called as First Lady comet. She has to her credit discoveries of 8 new comets and more than 2,000 nebulae. Nebulae are nothing but gas clouds. And these gas clouds are like raw material from which the stars are born, the planets are born, and of course humans are also born. And she got the gold medal from the Royal Academy on her 96th birthday. So you can understand what all phases of struggles she had to go through without recognition, without proper recognition, that she had to wait 9 decades to be recognized as one of the prominent astronomers in the field. So her nephew, when she was about 86-year-old, he gave a statement that she runs about the town with me and skips up her 2 flights of stairs. In the morning till 11 to 12, she is dull and weary, but as the day advances, she gains life and is quite fresh and funny at 10 p.m. and sings old rhymes and even dances. See, that energy, the happiness and the energy which is derived from providing a service to the community is immeasurable. The next person which I would like to talk about is Somerville. Now, her family was also very, very unsupportive in the early days, but she was encouraged by her uncle and the tutors who were training her in painting. The painter tutor who was training her was talking about some Euclid theorems, Euclid elements, a concept which is available in mathematics. She was so involved in that, she was so attracted by that topic that she started reading whichever math book was available to her. She did not have any formal education, but whatever books were available to her hand, she utilized it, she read it, and then tried to understand it, gather it, and then improved, developed her interest towards science, mathematics, and astronomy. Now, she was also awarded with various accolades, and she was a strong supporter of women's education and participation of women in policy making and voting rights. The other woman in astronomy is Annie Jump Cannon. You can see in the picture, she is looking at some glass slides. These people, a group of women in under Pickering, under a scientist, an astronomer called as Pickering, they were called as human computers. So I am talking about 100 years back, odd years, where there were no calculators, there were no computers, there were no mechanical devices which could fasten up your calculations as fast as possible. So what happened was, observations or data was being collected from the telescopes, observatories, and there were humans who used to observe these glass plates. Photography was done on the glass plates, right? So these glass plates were observed. Each and every spot represented one star or one object in the sky. Their brightness was noted, the time was noted, their classification was done. And then their job was to just record all this in a catalog, that's all. But Annie Jump Cannon could segregate them into different categories, and she was the first forerunner who could actually classify number of stars, billions of stars which are available in the sky. She could classify them into some spectral classes that has paved a strong way in understanding and realizing what is the origin and evolution of various types of stars. Till then people thought that every star is a different star. But because of her contribution, people understood that all classes of stars can be classified into certain spectral classes. That's a huge change. That's a huge change and impact in the field of astronomy. And commemorating her contribution to astronomy, American Astronomical Society Association, they have named an Annie Jump Cannon Award, which is not regularly awarded to female astronomers for their achievements in the field. Next woman which I would like to talk about is Henrietta Swan Leavitt, and she also was a companion of Annie Jump Cannon, and her job also as a human calculator was to observe these glass plates and classify the objects. But she was so intelligent that she could actually understand a pattern in the data which she was cataloging, and that is called as a period luminosity relation. There are stars in the sky. We know that sun is a star. Do you agree? Sun is a star, and like sun is an ordinary star, there are number of stars in the sky which keep on changing their sizes thousands of times. Sun is an ordinary star which we observe that it is maintaining its size, but there are stars in the sky which keep on pulsating, changing their sizes. They become 1,000 times bigger than original size and then they shrink out. These are called as variable stars, intrinsic variable stars. And one of such variable star is a Cepheid variable. It is called a Cepheid. Now, she is a person, Leavitt is a person who actually was identifying these Cepheids in all these glass plates. The stars which were being recorded on these glass plates are all belonging to the field near the sun. That means all these stars belong to our own galaxy. So she could identify these variable stars and found that the time taken, the period of this change in its variability, expansion and collapse, how much of time it takes, it depends upon its size. It depends upon its luminosity. That is called as period luminosity relation. This may look as a small equation, a single equation, but the same principle has helped astronomers determine what is the size of the Milky Way galaxy, what is the distance to nearby galaxies which are the satellite galaxies to Milky Way. There are satellite galaxies which are moving around Milky Way. They are called as Andromeda, large Magellanic Clouds, small Magellanic Clouds. People understood that they are not fuzzy objects in the sky. They themselves are big galaxies and they are outside the Milky Way. People could understand that ours is a smaller universe. Sun is not the center, Milky Way is not the center of the universe, but we are a part of this universe. So that was her major contribution to the subject of astronomy. But the pity that she was also a victim of gender bias. She was not acknowledged for her services, for her contribution. She was a low paid or payless kind of a employee in her institution. Now the next one is Cecilia Goposhkin. Now it was very difficult for her to pursue education. She was from a German mother, and her era when she was in early days was during the World War. So people, women specifically, had no opportunity to go out and attain education. There was no possibility to go out and attain the education itself. She was stopped there. And in spite of trying to acquire knowledge by self-study, she was not allowed to pursue any degree, right? And but luckily, the peers, the scientists who were available there, Shapley and Eddington, these are the strong figures, the founding fathers of subject of astronomy, modern astronomy. They had proposed her name for national fellowships, and that's how she could continue her post-graduation and doctorate. Now she was the first woman from her college, Radcliffe College, to get a PhD degree, first woman to acquire a PhD degree. But the pity again, she was poorly paid. She was poorly paid in comparison to all the male gender scholars who were doing their PhDs in astronomy. She was the first to detect a Stark effect. In physics, there is something called a Stark effect. Whenever a light rays incident and you apply electric field, you find that the spectral lines start splitting up, and that is called as Stark effect. Stars, massive stars, hotter stars, there is so much of plasma in them, there is so much of magnetic field in them, they are spinning like plasma balls, and they also show Stark effect in their spectral lines. She was the first to recognize it, discover it and recognize it. But the people had discouraged, the people who were in the stronghold of the community of astronomy, they discouraged her, they did not accept it. They didn't accept it, they discouraged her, but later the same principles were proved by the same counterparts. The next person is Burbage, Margaret Burbage. She was the first founder for a principle called as nucleosynthesis. Maybe you have heard or not heard of a person called as Carl Sagan. Have you heard about him? Carl Sagan. He was a cosmologist. And he wrote a book called as Cosmos. And there is a famous quote given by him. We are made of star stuff. Believe it. That is the truth. The hydrogen, helium, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus and every other element which is existing in your body has been obtained, has been created inside the wombs of these stars. And at the end stage of this star's life, when they explode or expand, they leave away these elements in space. And that elements, the medium, the gas and cloud which is obtained from these dead stars collapse to form planets. They collapse and they join to form molecules, organic molecules, and then form living beings similar to us. We definitely are made of star stuff. But the concept that all these elements are synthesized, they are created inside the stars, was initially seeded by her contribution, Burbage. That is called as nucleosynthesis. But the pity is, in 1945 in Carnegie was supposed to be one of the top institutions in astronomy. The pity is, she was stopped from doing postdoc because postdoc was only for men. No women were allowed to do any higher education in the field of astronomy. Astronomy is one of the basic sciences. It is one of the oldest sciences. But still, there was no gender equality when the purpose of gaining knowledge was being initiated. Now, luckily, we see that her husband, Burbage, had acquired a teaching position in Carnegie, and then he exchanged his position of postdoc in the observatory with his wife, unofficially. So he used to go to the observatory and she used to assist him. With his help, she could do certain observations and give market results in the field of astronomy. And we have heard about new things which are coming into the field of astronomy, which is called as supermassive black holes. People have discovered that center of our own galaxy, Milky Way galaxy, you have supermassive black holes. These massive black holes are containing a mass of millions of stars. She was the first person to discover one supermassive black hole in another galaxy, which is called as M82. She was the first female president in the American Astronomical Association, and she fought for equality and opposed discrimination against women in astronomy or in general sciences. And one of her statements is a beautiful statement. If frustrated in one's endeavor by a stone wall or a blockage, one must find a way around. So nothing should stop any person, be a man or a woman, from acquiring a knowledge and contributing to the development of the society. The next person is Cooper Rubin, Vera Rubin. She is a role model, she is a mentor, and she almost crossed all kinds of boundaries which normally were laid down for female astronomers. She discovered a principle called as dark matter. And that was done by her own observations and her own studies on the galaxies, number of galaxies which were being discovered and studied. And it was very controversial at her time, because people thought that there is no possibility for dark matter to exist. Nowadays, if you Google for dark matter, you will find that top astronomy institutions are trying to introduce various observatories, send space telescopes to study this concept of dark matter. The dark matter is supposed to be invisible, it doesn't interact with existing matter, but it takes about more than 80 to 90% of the whole of the universe mass. She was the first to graduate from her college, but she was stopped from higher studies due to her gender bias. And she was managing, wherever she got an opportunity, she was managing her higher studies while taking care of her own 4 kids, right? And she is remembered not just by her contribution to the theoretical astronomy, she is also remembered by a ridge on Mars and by an asteroid named after her. And subsequently in 2019, one of the large synoptic survey telescope was named on her as National Science named as National Science Foundation Vera Rubin Observatory. So her comment is, we have peered into the new world and have seen that it is more mysterious and more complex than we had imagined. Discovery of many more awaits the adventurous scientists in the future. Neither men nor women, adventurous scientists. The seeker of the knowledge is no need to be defined with a particular gender. It is unbiased. The next is Gladys West. She was a black colored woman, and they were called as hidden figures. Hidden figures was the term which was used for black women who were neglected, who were not acknowledged for their greatest contributions to the marvels, new technologies, new discoveries, new inventions which they were doing. And she was the one who was a pioneering scientist which paved to the research of GPS. What is GPS? Global Positioning System. We know that without GPS, you would not be traveling around this earth very easily. Forget about the whole planet. Within Hyderabad, if you want to move around and want to check the traffic, you need GPS satellites. Her calculations, her computations, programs, her mathematical expertise had paved to an area of research called as GPS. Okay? She was actually developing programs which could navigate the satellite orbits. So if the satellite is sent into space, you need a proper program which can actually detect them and then monitor them and then control them, navigate them around the earth. Right? So her program was very much crucial in creating this knowledge about the GPS. The next person is Jocelyn Bell Burnell. She was recently in India in the last Astronomical Society of India meeting. And this is one more example of extortion of women researchers and women professionals in the field of astronomy on the name of gender bias, on the name of gender. She was the person who was doing her PhD and under Anthony Hewish, and her job was to discover new quasars. Quasars are called as quasi-stellar objects. And for that, she had to design a radio telescope, take observations, and then produce results. In her observations, she found that there is one object in the space which is regularly producing pulses, radio pulses, one pulse every second. And then it was named as a pulsar. These pulsars are nothing but lighthouses which are spinning around their axis, neutron stars which are spinning like lighthouses. And it's a sad story to tell that though she could complete her PhD thesis on this discovery, she was not involved in the Nobel Prize which was given to her own supervisor. And it has been recognized after so many decades now. People are being advocating that she was not acknowledged, she was ignored on the basis of gender, and that's why she was made a president of Royal Society of Edinburgh, the first person to be taken, first woman to take that position. Nancy Grace Roman is another term. What you see is the person there, and below that there is a space telescope which is going to be launched soon, which is not launched till now. In 27 they are going to send it to the space. And she was the pioneer in sending another space telescope called as Hubble Space Telescope. Hubble Space Telescope is currently in space and discovering innumerable objects which are at the very longest distance from the sun or from the Milky Way galaxy. And she had a supervisor which was most unsupportive, and she had to work temporarily in some of the observatories. That means there was no permanent position which was available for top class researchers, top class professionals in the field of astronomy. But however, she continued to gain her expertise in Naval Research Laboratory, And that's how she could contribute to the development of this instrumentation in Hubble telescope. Now, I have spoken about some people in the history, right from 1700s to 2000, 1900s. There are many more which are listed in Vignan Vidushi, which is normally Vignan Prasad's contribution. And there are many more Indian women who are pioneers in the subject. They were the first people, first women, first female in the field of that, in that field of expertise, who have shown a hope of light, a light of hope to all other female folks in spite of their drawbacks, in spite of their difficulties. When it comes to Indian women in astronomy, I am showing a picture of latest Indian Astronomical Society meet, which had been conducted in Indian Institute of Sciences. Now maybe the picture is too small to identify, but it is clearly seen that very few women astronomers are there in this picture. There is in fact one working group in Indian Astronomical Society which does a survey and which initiates program to encourage women in astronomy, in research and in profession. Now there are prominent people. Vice Chancellor of Ashoka University, he was the director of IUCA in Pune, Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, which was initiated by Jayant Narlikar. And he himself suggests that there are people expect women to contribute lot, but do not break their domestic limitations, right? And we find that in this competitive world, if you take a break from your career, from your studies, due to responsibilities of the family, then that's the end. It is very difficult to come back again. So there is another person called as Preeti Kharab from NCRA TRF, radio astronomy. She is a top researcher, professor in NCRA TIFR in Pune. She herself counsels so many research scholars in her own institution who look for a permanent research positions and who look for a permanent career positions, options in astronomy. And she finds that maternity leave is cited as one of the main reasons for women astronomers to be discouraged from taking up top administrative positions as well. There is a society called as International Astronomical Union, and which is involving thousands of astronomers all over the world. They have a working group called as Women in Astronomy, and they have done certain statistics. I am showing you certain statistics which was latest, which was displayed latest by the director or president of this working group, and it suggests that women are underrepresented. PhDs only 45%, that too because there is a fees which can be obtained from the PhD courses by the institutions. So institutions do not show any bias for the PhD admissions currently. However, postdocs, there is only 25% of women. Permanent positions, only 20%. Senior researchers, only 5%. And the problem is, you find that mothers and families, females who are having family responsibilities are unsupported, unmotivated, they are restricted to take up these positions by providing low paid positions. Now, what are the factors which are affecting? Highly, we find that the strong factors are social stereotype. Astronomy is a field wherein the observer, the researcher has to go and take observations in the night. All our laboratory is the universe, the sky which you see, and the sky which is blocked with the daylight will not be observable. So we work in the night time. Even we apply for observing proposals all over India where there are telescopes and observatories 3 months in advance. And we have to make arrangements in our family, for our children, for our family members. We have to maintain certain arrangements and then only go for these observation trips of only 5 to 6 days. We have to forgo the night sleep, comfortable sleep of the night, and be away from our families, and then only it is possible to take the observations and do the research, get the data, significant data, and do the observations, and then do the analysis. Now that is one of the most important reason where society thinks that this is not for women. Women need not go into this field because they need to be outside the house, they have to leave the family for the night shifts. And this bias against women, sad to say, is due to both the genders. The peers who are women peers, the professionals who are already settled into the field, they are very unsupportive. Most of them, not all, to be very clear, most of them are unsupportive. They try to dominate over the new coming budding scientists, budding researchers, budding professionals, and then this is the reason. Efforts are needed in these classes. In order to remove these gender biases in the field of astronomy, I have shown you, I'll take only 2 minutes, ma'am. I have shown you that there is a major contribution to the whole field itself, whole subject itself, by some of the few of the women which I have quoted here. There are many women astronomers who are consistently providing inputs to the subject and developing it. Can I get a help? So efforts are needed in terms of funding from the funding agencies and institutions to motivate them, create awareness of the opportunities, and then show certain processes by which they can come back from their maternity leaves and then learn about the new technology, learn about the new research techniques, and then patch up in the coming research generations. So we find that awareness and sustainability, training and skill building, fundraising, career retention, dissemination and communication results is one of the core areas, 4 core areas in this working group. I am thankful that I could get support from my family, my teachers, my mentors, my friends, my colleagues. Some of them could be here as well. But definitely there are many people who do not have it. I see that you all are parallel with my emotion. I see that you are in a successful position, and that is not because of any sacrifices. You have done a lot of sacrifices, then that's why you are able to hold this dais here today. So, but we need to support each other. We need to provide support to all the budding people, women or men, be of any gender, who are being deprived of the opportunities. That is our job. And that's where the policy of the UN also comes into picture. So, the balance in the gender is to be achieved and makes us more human, resulting in paradigm shift of attitude towards fellow humans. And all resources, efforts would be directed towards truly sustainable development, because in spite of more than 5,000 exoplanets, other planets discovered outside the solar system, this is the only planet which we call home. And it is our job to help each other to sustain this earth and to sustain this life which is there on the earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rukmini madam. It was really wonderful and very interesting talk. We could know about women in astronomy since from ancient days, like Annie Jimcanon, Henrietta Swan, to modern times of Cooper Rubin and Gladys Well, who has developed GPS, which are presently we are using, and you have visualized so many female trailblazers in astronomy. Thank you once again, ma'am, for your wonderful speech. Now, may I now invite Ma'am Rukmini, ma'am, you have one question.
How can we see the stars or galaxies which are far away from us, some hundreds of thousands of light years far?
Sir, we have devices called as telescopes. Telescopes are having bigger eyes. Our eye pupil is in few millimeters, but the telescope mirrors are huge. They could be 10 meters to 20 meters as well in size. So they collect more number of photons coming from the distant objects. So when an object is very far away, it becomes fainter. Instead of millions of photons reaching the eye, only 1 or 2 photons will be reaching. They are reaching us, but we are unable to detect it. So the job of the telescope is to collect more than 1 million photons, focus them to our eyes. So that's how we can see them.
Madam, nowadays this astronomy is being related to human marriages and matching those things. So the stars, the formation of stars, they all, it is the configuration which affects your life and all that is happening. What do you say about that?
Madam, thank you for asking this. This is a common question asked everywhere. There are two branches called as astronomy and astrology. So that falls into the category of astrology. Nowadays, you people are able to see me? When I am talking, you are listening. There is an influence of the nearby person who is standing. More than this interaction, currently I don't believe that there would be any strong interaction of the stars which are at a distant place. Currently, if I move away, the configuration keeps changing. This lamp appears to be closer to me, but if I go to the last bench, it will appear farther away. So in a constellation like Libra, Scorpio, each of these stars are at different distances from us. It is only a projection in the sky which makes them appear in one shape and in one place. They are no more at one place currently. And the light which is coming from these stars, it takes certain thousands and lakhs of years to reach us. All the constellations. Yeah. All the girls and boys. We have heard about horoscopes. Have you heard about it? Right? In astrology, we talk about horoscopes. And you say that this star will affect you when you are born and that star is available. Believe it or not, we don't even know if that star is currently existing because it is billions of thousands of light years away. That means light takes 1,000 years to reach us from that star. So currently, if the star is existing or not, we will come to know after another 1,000 years.
Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful talk. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for clarifying doubts too. Now it's time to invite next session speaker, Dr. Ravi Babu, environmentologist and assistant professor of Jawaharlal Nehru Technology University, Hyderabad, on the topic Role of Women in Health and Environmental Conservation. Sir, now I hand over the mic to sir.
Yeah, good morning to all. Respected chair and co-chair and Women Empowerment Cell, Government City College, Hyderabad, and half the dais, professors, assistant professors, lecturers, and my dear youngsters, students, I welcome you and I thank organizers. I am here and I am also thank my mother, who is a great woman. She given birth to here. So that is why I am here now. Thank you, mother, and thank you all mothers. I am Ravi Babu. I am working as a assistant professor JNTUH Hyderabad, and also I am an environmentalist, and also I am an environmental activist. So this is the brief thing about me. I thank Dr. Sreedevi madam. So women, we are discussing last 3 days, and also we are discussing everywhere. Woman is this, woman is great, woman is excellent, woman she is doing this, she is flying, she is writing, she is singing, and everywhere we are saying that. But generally, we are not considering, we are not giving a certain respect to her. So this is the real fact. I think all eminent speakers all explained about the women and her empowerment and etc. But in reality, there is no equality compared with men. Really, I am very sorry from this dais. Why? Because in even our daily life, we are not telling our children's, even men and women also. I think women also, not all, but some people is also the reason for that discriminatory. So that is why women is everywhere. Without women, we are nothing here. So this is the topic is going worldwide now, but not receiving the same respect to the women. So that is the fact. So coming to my topic, the women role in our daily life, like science and technology, she is doing very supportive way, and she giving full support to the society. She is also a great personality in the science, especially women is supporting the environment from home to up to astronomy. I mean space science. What is this one? Yeah, this is my today just a brief. I don't have time. Madam has told already 20 minutes, so I will finish fastly. In this topic's contents, I have introduction, women and nature relationship, women and gender equality, women strength areas, and etc. Why women role is important in environmental protection and conservation? Because woman is near to the nature. Nature is woman. So that is why she is very near to the nature. From domestic to everywhere. Women around the world play key role in the protection and protection of biodiversity. They have recognized the need not only protect the biodiversity but also to reshape and recreate it. Actually, we are thinking that we only the responsible for the thing. We means men's, but women is behind everything. Women have always played a critical role in meeting households and community energy needs. So she is also playing in the domestic level and community level also. So which is near to the environment and biodiversity. Women are responsible for the clean lines and household, even health and wealth of the family members. With education, women are also responsible for the education and training, one of the minimize the experiences, incidences of most of the water, food, airborne diseases, because every day she serving us the water, food, airborne diseases means we are taking the full help from the woman only. She is mother or sister or wife or daughter, whatever it may be. Traditionally, women were kept away from the powers of policy and decision making. So this is the fact. We are using the women. We are using the women, but we are not giving the certain space to making decisions and policies. That is a barrier to the women. We are talking women empowerment, but it is not 100% is going on. Practically being close to the nature, she are always able to realize environmental issues better since women are the prospective users of the facilities and etc. Women and nature relationship, just we given few points. The world is unique for every human beings, but in general, women lives vary greatly from those of men because of patterns of socialization related to the gender. Sir, water is water. In terms of environment, women around the world plays distinct roles in managing plants, animals, forests, lands, wetlands, agriculture, and collecting the water, collecting the fuels, etc. By so doing, they contribute time, energy, skills, and personal business to the family and community development. Women's extensive experience makes them an valuable source of the knowledge and expertise on environmental management and appropriate actions. Women gender and equality is still a wide gap, while women's environmental conditions offer an incentive for a thorough analysis of gender. There is a broader perspective as well. Women and gender equality is essential for countries' economic sustainable development is not possible without equity. So this is the fact we must remember. Action aimed to improving people's quality of life. This implies that gender equality and equity are not only a question of fundamental human rights and social justice, but are also instrumental and precondition of environmental conservation and sustainable development and human security. Here some strength of areas are mainly agriculture, domestic and forestry and lithology, fishing areas, and enable women contribution are natural resources management. She is very clever to control the all resources in the on the planet. Domestic areas also important. So this is the environmental relation in women, that is women have a integral relationship with the environment. Therefore women are essential for any measure aimed environmental protection and sustainable development. Women have contributed greatly on the conservation movements in the past. So women are environmental movements led by Indian women. So that is like Bishnoi, first environmentalist of India. Actually 14th century, the Bishnoi, it is one of a tribe who are the protectors, first protectors in India actually. That started that thing, and Chipko movement came 1973 by the Sundarlal Bahuguna, but before that Bishnoi women are the main leaded the role in protection of forests. Chipko movement, Chipko is nothing, hugging of trees. Friends, Chipko means hugging of trees. While cutting up the tree, the women are joined and they hugged the tree. They are refused. And then APCO movement, Silent Valley movement, and Narmada Bachao Andolan, and Navadanya movement in India. These are the major environmental revolutions, we can say. So, Amrita Devi, she is the woman, the first recorded instance of a woman trying to safeguard the environmental relates about the 300 years ago when in Rajasthan in India, a woman Amrita Devi protested the felling of trees for building a place for the Maharaja Jodhpur. Of course, she died in the attempt. That thus olden days the Rajas were doing the deforestation in the forest area, while that time this woman environmentalist came, and she is also dead in some thing that she did in the attempt, which was followed by the large scale protest by local villagers. She educated the local leaders actually those days. So that is the reason there is a revolution against the deforestation. Finally, the king promised never again to ask the local villagers to supply timber. So this is the result of the Amrita Devi fight. Amrita Devi belonged to the Bishnoi community. Next one is the Gaura Devi. She is also a strong woman. She is the Chipko. I already told that Chipko movement is a topic taught in almost of the schools, and the Chipko movement started under the leadership of Gaura Devi, who organized the women to hug the trees and prevent their cutting. So she is collected that same tribe people, and she is not allowed the cutting the tree by that Rajas and that king. We know the king, power of the king olden days, but she is a strong woman. She did the good job at that time. The woman thus decided to hug the trees to stop them from being felled. So this is the clue. When we hug the tree, then there is no chance to cut the tree. So that is why they are taken as a clue. They guarded the trees of all night until the lumbermen surrounded and left. So those who are cutting the tree, that time this is not allowed. So that's why they came, that whatever the tree fellers back. Now the movement soon spread to the neighboring villages and people joined in that movement. So she is that kind of lady. She is taken that thing. Same acts were repeated in the Uttarakhand also. Women are seen in providing environmental solutions. So that is why this is the main clue to the all women in Uttarakhand. So then again Medha Patkar, we know that madam, she is also very great personality. She did that Narmada Bachao Andolan, a powerful mass movement against the construction of a large dam on the Narmada river. So there actually the proposed Sardar Sarovar Dam is a multi-crore project and would have displaced more than 3,20,000 people actually. So she thinks the level, and she is also did that Andolan, that is Narmada Bachao Andolan. It was illegally for foreign funds were being used for the rehabilitation, but Medha Patkar was also concerned that the people living they had no idea about the project. So then she is educated the whatever the stakeholders, and she formed the MBA in 1989 and has been involved since. As a peaceful means to protest, she took up fasting several times. So another great personality is Sunita Narayan. She is the Director General of Center for Science and Environment and publisher of Down to Earth book. Sunita Narayan began her work from 1980 along with Anil Agarwal, who is also one of the better person, and environment report. They made India's environment report after the loss of tigers in Sarika Tiger National Park in Rajasthan. So Sunita charted the Tiger Task Force for the conservation of 2005. So conservation in 2005, that is the thing. There are so many tigers are day by day as hunting. That is why Sunita Narayan is fight for that protection of tigers and biodiversity. She is a member of Prime Minister's Council Climate Change and the National Ganga River Basin Authority, of course. In 2005, 2008 and 2009, she was featured in the world's 100 people intellectuals list. So these are all the things women are doing for the nature, a better one. And also she got Padma Shri. So another one is Menaka Gandhi. So she was wife of a famous Indian politician Sanjay Gandhi, we know that. And she is an animal right leader. Actually, of course, in our Telangana also one of the heroine also there, of course. But she believed animals and largest organization of welfare of India. And another madam is Saugandha Kumari. She is a poet and environmentalist. Her writings are Mother Nature. She is always write about the Mother Nature and sustainability, environment. And Prakriti Samsmarana Samiti she is founded, and Save Silent Valley, which is in Kerala, Palakkad. So evergreen tropical forest in the Palakkad district of Kerala. So whatever the foundation is safeguarding that area. And Radha Bhatt, she is also eminent personality for she is doing the great support to the environment by Uttarakhand Nadi Bachao Andolan. And there are so many environmental movements around the world. Green Belt movement, and see the Rachel Carson, she is also doing that famous Silent Spring. She is a writer, so that book is thinking, bring the thinking about the towards nature. That is the famous book and good book also. That is about the chemistry, actually what is happening by chemicals like that. And Wangari Maathai, she is also a great woman and land and conserve of women's rights also. So she is created a green belt movement in Kenya. So another one is Maya Bovo. So there are so many people are there towards the thing. So in this thing, I would like to recommendations are the protection of women decisions makers and planners, advisors, managers related to environmental management should be increased, because all our decision makers are only dominating by men. So that is the thing, women are not involving. So we must support the women, we must take the women support. So environmental education should be explained in rural areas, and the women, when once mobilized, play a significant role in environmental protection, is always inevitable. So, there is without nature, world is nothing. Without women, we are nothing. Thank you very much.
No question, just summing up.
Any questions? No. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ravi Prabhu, sir. Your wonderful and informative lecture. Now, online lectures. Santosh, sir, please.
Hello, myself and my co-chairperson are thankful to the organizers for giving us this opportunity to chair this wonderful session. We learnt a lot about astronomy today. That was really eye-opening and really wonderful, and something new which the biologists have learned today. So this is very interesting. And of course, environment, so many characters are there, starting with Purushottam and also Dr. Ravi Babu. They gave very nice overview of the environmentalists and women involved in environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now online lectures. First I want to invite Dr. Vanaja Avadhanam, Chief Scientist CSIR NAL Bangalore. Her topic is Science and Technology Developments in Aerospace Field. చెప్పన్నా
అది లైవ్ కొద్దిగా టైం పడుతుంది, ఆన్లైన్ రావట్లేదు ఇక్కడ, రాదు ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది.
మరి ఏం చేద్దాం?
వెయిట్ చేయండి, ఇప్పుడు ఆఫ్లైన్ చేయించండి.
ఆఫ్లైన్ నెక్స్ట్ ఎవరు మరి?
ఆన్లైన్ రాదు.
అయ్యో వాళ్ళు నిలబడ్డారు కదా వాళ్ళు ఆన్లైన్లో.
సెట్టింగ్ బాగుంది, కనెక్టివిటీ ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది. మార్నింగ్ నుంచి చేస్తే అవుతుంది కానీ అది కరెక్ట్ సెట్ కావట్లేదు.
మరి ఇప్పుడు ఆఫ్లైన్ సెషన్స్ అని చెప్పనా?
ఆఫ్లైన్ సెషన్స్ స్టార్ట్ చేయండి.
ఆఫ్లైన్ ఎవరున్నారు?
ఉన్నారు అక్కడ మేడం ఉన్నారు, అక్కడ ఉన్నారు మేడం సిద్ధం ఉన్నారు అక్కడ.
మరి ఏమైంది రాదా ఇప్పుడు? ఇది ఒక్కటి చూడండి. సరే సరే సరే
అది
ఓకే. Due to the technical problems, now online is postponed sometime. Now offline session. దాని బస్ కనబడతలేదు.
Good afternoon to all. Now we invite Dr. Y. Jyoti Basu, Assistant Professor, Indira Mahindra School and Education, Mahindra University, Hyderabad. We welcome you, madam, to present your topic.
This is the one arrow or something. Yeah, moving. Right.
If you want a projector, this is the projector.
No, not required. Yeah, very good afternoon. Very good afternoon to everyone. This is Dr. Jyoti Basu, Indira Mahindra School of Education, Mahindra University, Hyderabad. So first of all, I am congratulating the City College, City Degree College, and also special congrats to Sreedevi ma'am giving opportunity. Actually, I met Sreedevi ma'am on the March 5th, which the conference was held on Osmania University. Hope, am I audible? Maybe. Hello? Yeah. So, My special congrats to Sreedevi ma'am. Actually, I met ma'am, that was the first time I met Sreedevi ma'am at the conference Usmania University, which was held on the women empowerment. So then I come to know there is a conference was going, international conference was going on at the city college. Then immediately she forwarded the brochure and all, and she asked me to send the students and all. So, so on behalf of and I'm congratulating everyone. So now I would like to talk about a very interesting topic on the women. I think we all know the importance of women in the society. And what is the percentage of women really we are having in the entire world? It's almost 50% of the women were occupied with the, almost equal to the men population. But still we are feeling there is no proper importance was given for the women and all. So now I am going to talk about not the other issues like what really the women are facing. I am going to focus more only on the health related part. So actually which we are looking into the health nutrition part. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, so now I would like to talk about on the topic millets, a solution for the sustainable health and nutrition in India. I think how many are having habit of having millets at your diet, at least breakfast, lunch or dinner? So how many are having aware of the millets? None of the hands were raised. So what could be the reasons not? Yes, good. So hardly 2 or 3 hands were raised. So out of, yeah. So what could be the reason? Maybe not having proper awareness about the millets, or may not be access to the people. What could be the reason? So because we are tuned only for the Indian traditional system, which we are tuned before to the millets and all. We used to eat rice and also the wheat. So which were major diet as a lunch and also the dinner. But now everyone becomes more health conscious. Still we are not having that much aware about the health benefits of the millets. And looking into the malnutrition part, I think the percentage of the malnutrition among to the women and all the children were very less. So almost 2 to 3/3 of the people, the children were having with the anemic problem and all, because of not having already. I think recent studies were saying that we are looking into the global health index was indicating we are on the out of 121 countries, we reached hardly 107 is the hunger rate. So that was the situation, and apart from that also we are having lot of the health issues which we can talk about, the anemia, malnutrition and so on, with the long term and the short term diseases. So here there is a great saying about that. The rice eater is a frictionless like a bird. Means those who are having habit of eating rice, they are like a frictionless bird. And those who eats jo are like a power like a tiger. Means the power of the cereals and all which we can talk about. And those who have the habit of eating the ragi and all like a nairogi. I think you know the meaning of nairogi. It's a health. So those who are having habit of taking the millets, so they are considered as the healthy individuals, or the health is going to support for them. And looking into the 21st century, I think the rapid urbanization and as well as looking into the climatic changes, I think which we know, I think this is hardly the mid-March only we are feeling lot of difficulty, or the lot of temperature, almost it's reached 40 degrees. I think this is one of the indication for the climatic changes. So based on that we are having all the scarcity of water. I think this is a practical example for India. Now what situation is really happening in the Bangalore. So I think there is a lot of crisis in Bangalore. I think within 1 or 2 years, I think there is no doubt even Hyderabad also going to be the same line like a Bangalore. I think there will be a lot of water scarcity, and we are going to have a restriction of consumption of water like Bangalore, what the situation is going on right now. So these all the different reasons, I think these are possibilities were happened with only the human beings. Because finally we did a mistake and we are now in the stage of facing all the problems which were committed by the human beings. So here we come to know, I think we are having different types of millets, like a small grain millets and the, which were in a very small, I think, we used to talk about foxtail millets and the, yeah. So soya, ragi and jowar, bajra, these all the millets which we can talk about. I think, so the millets were unique to the, how it is different from the rice and wheat. So actually it is there in the system of the Indian culture and all, but now earlier for the years we were tuned only for the rice and wheat, but now we are realizing that there is no much use of using rice and wheat, and also which is leading for the more health issues, especially for the diabetic. I think not even 20 and 30 years of the individual, even the child also getting the diabetic because of the more consumption of the carbohydrated levels, which is more focused on that. So the suggestion for the individuals or the person to maintain a good proper diet, to avoid from the, to come out from the malnutrition problem, we need to take more protein food, which is very good for the health and as well as the nutritious food. And taking to the rice, I think it is having more carbohydrates. I think when you had rice, it made you to feel like my stomach is full. Within having a certain quantity of one bowl of rice, you feel, yes, my stomach is full. But within half an hour, I'm very sure you are going to feel hungry. Am I right? So what could be the reason? So within half an hour, you feel that I had enough lunch. And also within these half an hour and 1 hour, you feel a lot of drowsy. If you are having afternoon classes, I think it's a practical experience for you. I think it's a help to the faculty to deal the students, not to sleep. Okay? What are the best ways to make them to awake in the class? So that's the drawback with the more carbohydrates which is there in the rice and all. But looking into the millets, I think this is having less carbohydrated comparing to the rice. And also it is having low digestion, it takes more time to digest, so that if you had 1 cup of millets in the morning as a breakfast, I think there is no doubt you are not going to feel hungry till 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. I am very sure. So this is making you all the times not feeling any hungry levels, and also you may not feel I am feeling hungry also. But all the times it is making you awake and active to the body, which is very important one. So like the types of millets which we are looking into, so many types of millets, I think in the market which we are going to find different types of millets. But the problem is here we are finding more cost in the millets. So which is not affordable for the common people especially. So one of my suggestion for the policy makers in the government also, my suggestion was make it more accessible to the common people, those who are the below poverty line, they should have an access to purchase the millets and all, so that which is helping them in improving the nutrition also. And so here as per the study, it is indicating there is a Nutri-Cereals which is talking about the Poshan Abhiyan. I think nowadays we are looking into so many, the terms which were making more attractive to this, I think the Vikasit Bharat and the Poshan Abhiyan, these all the different terms, and what way really it is reaching, and how many of really us knowing about the importance of such schemes which were given from the central governments. So I think I'll go back to the so this is the status of India really exporting the millets. This is great part from the India, but unfortunately the people, those who are not having aware of the millets, they are not consuming. So the policy should be made, it is an accessible to the common people, those who are living in the remote areas, and also and creating an awareness to this is the data taken from the DGCIS. And I think very recently one of the slide was indicating yeah. So here the millets, so the name for the millets which we come to know with Mota Anji and the Nutri-Cereals, and also the coarse cereals and also the cereals of the poor. And very recently, I think the Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister of central government, had announced, they had given one special name to this. Yeah. So they are going to, they named it as Sri and the mother of the all the grains. So that's the caption given from the central government. So the major intention of the my presentation is making the individuals to create awareness about the millets and what exactly the nutritionist values were there in the cereals. So these are the reports which we are talking about. And so this is a situation of India, how really the people are looking to get coming out from the anemia and malnutrition and other health issues. And also the next, here my suggestion, so how can we come with this? So there should be a price scheme should be very less, which is affordable to the people. And also the promotion of the millets from the public sector is very important. When I think we used to get rice and the oil and the kerosene and also the wheat from the ration card, ration thing. But in the place of that, if the government would ready to supply such type of millets, I think it is going to reach with the minimal cost to all the individuals. And also introducing millets as the school lunch program. I think already the Telangana government started with the breakfast program, which they are giving majority of the, I think out of 6 days, they are giving more than 4 to 5 days, which is consisted with the millet type of breakfast, which is giving more energy to the students so that they can be active entire day. And also it should be in a part of the midday meal program also. I think you all know the midday meal program is provided from the central government, the scheme. So that should be a part of, millet should be a part of that. And also providing subsidies, those who are ready to cultivate the millet crops. So subsidy should be provided for them. And also the requirement of the yielding is not at all sufficient. We need to increase the level of the cultivation process. So, and so these all about my just suggestions or my views about this. And so I think, yeah, now I am going to conclude. It's not working. Fine. So I think it's not moving. Yeah, that's all. Fine, no issue with that. So I think almost. Yeah, fine. Thank you for giving the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for your presentation. It was really wonderful and informative. May I now call Dr. Margaret Francis, Assistant Professor and HOD from St. Francis College for Women, Begumpet.
A very good afternoon to all the distinguished audience. I take this privilege to extend my heartfelt thanks to the principal of Government City College, Nayapur, and my special thanks to Dr. Sreedevi ma'am for giving me this privilege of accepting my paper and presenting it on gender parity and trying to foster a spirit of gender equality, and what are the strategies and implications in the process of building and maintaining the most important aspect of gender equality. I think that's taking a lot of time for the PPT to be put. My topic today is a study on fostering inclusive environments to advance gender equality, strategies and implications. I am Dr. Margaret Francis. I am the Assistant Professor and Head of the Social Management Department at St. Francis College, Begumpet. So to give a little introduction, today the need of the hour is to bring equality among different cross-section of systems in the society. We are moving in technology, advancing in digital media, and we are trying to bring in a bridge of gap between male and female in different spheres of life. A man is incomplete without women, and so is a woman without man. Then when the contribution of both the genders are on par, then why this kind of disparity is a big debate and a big discussion at different levels. So to start with the introduction, with organizational context are crucial endeavors for creating diverse, equitable and thriving workplaces. By advocating for equal opportunities, challenging biases and embracing diverse perspectives, organization can cultivate environments where every individual feels valued, respected and empowered to contribute their best. Through intentional policies, inclusive practices and ongoing education businesses, one can drive positive cultural changes and promote collaboration and unlock the full potential of their workforce. So with this little introduction, I now begin my presentation. I hope you can see. Students, are you able to see what is there in the screen? Yes, no? Yes. Thank you. No, you are in front, so the ones behind. Yes, yes. So now, yes, thank you, sir. So I'm trying to now present what are the persistent challenges and disparities that are being faced by women, especially on the basis of gender inequality. Here, according to the World Bank report, there are 10 pointers, there are 10 causes of gender inequality that has been projected. 1 minute. Yeah. So there are 10 causes of gender inequality. This is presented not by me, but this is by the World Bank, which has given the report on this particular context. No, there's some, there's some problem. Yes. So just can you, 1 minute, I'll just, there's some problem here. So. I have some data to be given. Yeah. So what are the 10 causes of gender inequality. If you see here, the first one is uneven access to education. Around the world, it is told women have less access to education than men. One-fourth of young women between 15 to 24 will not finish primary education, and the group makes up 58% of the people not completing their basic education. The second one is lack of employment equality. Only 6 countries in the world give women the same legal work as men. In fact, most economies give women only 3/4 the rights of men. Studies show that if employment became a more even playing field, it has a positive domino effect on other areas prone to gender inequality in our country. The third one is job segregation. When women are contributing much more than men, still the women's work is unrecognized and unpaid in par with men. This is another cause of gender disparity. Fourth one, lack of legal protection, lack of bodily autonomy, poor medical care, everything, all the 10 causes are rightly presented here. So it's not moving. So meanwhile, I will just talk about lack of political representation. Now we are going to enter our Lok Sabha election in the month of May. Just look at how many women are getting a representation in the political platform. And even if they are, what is this role that they play in getting their rights fulfilled? Are they just puppets, or are they titular in nature? So these things are to be debated, and of course we women have to fight for it. So the key features or key issues in the topic are lack of inclusivity in workplaces, educational institutions, and in communities. The impact of gender inequalities on individuals and societies. These are the key issues that I will be addressing in this particular paper. My research objectives are to explore effective strategies for fostering inclusivity and advancing gender equality. Second, to identify key factors influencing the inclusivity and gender equality promotion. And the third objective is to examine the intersectionality of gender with other dimensions of equality. For this, I have designed in 3 hypotheses. The first hypothesis is organizational policies and practices significantly impact the creation of inclusive environments. Second one, leadership carries a crucial role in championing inclusivity and inclusivity initiatives. Third hypothesis, awareness raising campaigns and diversity initiatives positively influence gender promotion and gender equality. I have taken a lot of reviews which connect with my hypothesis. I don't want to go deep into it because of the time constraint. I will quickly run through with my research findings. The methodology that I have adopted for my study, I have taken a sample of 204 who are taken on a simple random sampling from the twin cities of Hyderabad, and I have utilized 5-point Likert scale to generate answers to all the questions connecting to my study. Yes, ma'am. So the findings of my study, it shows here, this is just the independent variable where I speak about age, educational levels, and the gender. Even men I have taken into my study, so to see their opinion concerning women, women parity, and women equality. For the purpose of the research, dedicated measures have been developed. In order to ensure there's a reliability of the measures, I have used Conbrax alpha test to see whether my tool has any connectivity to the questions that have been posed on the topic. My findings say that yes, there is an association between organizational practices and policies in bringing about inclusive environment wherever the women are working in the institutions. So the chi-square test has shown a high significance about the association between organizational practices and inclusivity. The second one is about leadership and championing inclusivity initiatives. This particular hypothesis also proved that there is a very high significant association using the chi-square test. The values are presented there. And finally, the third hypothesis, which speaks about awareness raising campaigns and diversity initiatives and its influences, has a greater impact on gender equality. Yes, ma'am. So now finally I'm concluding, a diverse and inclusive organizational policies is more likely to create an inclusive environment, thereby enable in retaining employees. It can attract new talents, reduce cost associated with turnovers, and helps to maintain a stable and working environment. Good leaders in organizations who work towards promoting an inclusive work environment and an inclusive organizational culture are likely to see a range of benefits, including not only employee satisfaction but also better performance, better decision making, and a greater gender parity. With this I conclude, and these are few references. This is only a sample that I have presented. My full paper has all the details. Thank you. They are in a hurry to conclude, so I'm in a haste as well. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your excellent and informative speech. Now I would like to invite Professor H.P. Rane madam from the Department of Mathematics, NIT Warangal. Her topic is inclusive and innovations of amplifying diverse voices for progression. Now I request madam to start her talk. Please, madam.
Good afternoon to all of you. It's very inspiring to see the young minds here. So I am seeing a different atmosphere where I have studied my BSc degree. Same like this, okay? I am from Queen Mary's College, Chennai. So it is also a college like this. After that I went to the university level and then other things. So I feel that I came back to my college, okay? Yeah, and seeing the students also, it is very enthusiastic. That's why I have chosen my topic. It can't be a woman alone who can do everything, okay? And men are paying most of the taxes and women are enjoying. So the burden is mostly onto the men also. So we should share it. I have gone through the internet and I have seen the difference between developing countries and developed countries. If you take the statistics of developed countries, you can see very well that both men and women are equally working. I have visited some of the countries, so they are making all the facilities for the women and the girls in their atmosphere, how they can work better, how they can progress better. Then only a country can become, that is the what which I have googled in from YouTube, etc. So it is the equal responsibility of both men and women to pay the tax. Okay, not only men, women also should contribute for that. So there should be a good environment for both men and women together. So we should, each of us should understand everyone. What is the needs for men, what is the needs for women also. So with it should be like two sides of the coin. If one thing is not there, the other thing will not be there. And recently we have celebrated Women's Day in our college also, in NIT Warangal, and they said that woman includes men also. She includes he also. Okay. So these are known things, but these are the occasions where we remind ourselves these things are there. That is the only difference. That's why government also encouraging to conduct such events often. Okay. Yeah, amen. So I will go through quickly my slides, and the topic they have given me is science and environment. So how we are contributing to the science and to the environment. For the environment point, from the morning the speakers are talking, and from the mathematics, especially from the STEM. I think all of you know that what is STEM. STEM is science, technology, engineering and mathematics. So I will take the last part, mathematics, and I am also the last speaker, I think so. Okay. So two parts I splitted up. One is about the diversity. The first paragraph goes for the diversity. This diversity of thought is essential for innovation and problem solving. So diversity in this occasion I take, we are more talking about women also. The diversity should include men also. Okay, that's what I want to say. So from the beginning they are telling women and marginalized groups have historically faced barriers and discrimination in the field, hindering their progress and limiting their opportunities for advancement. Actually, if you take the history of India, okay, from Warangal, who is famous there? Yeah, of course, it tells now we are eating, drinking that water. Of course, we should have that courage. Yeah, so many, if we keep on taking the list. Okay, Rudrama Devi has ruled us. Sammaka Saraka, it is so world famous now. So why we should keep on telling that we should give more empowerment to women? Already it is given. In between somewhere it has been forgotten or it has been taken away. Now again, in the morning speakers they said that ours is a democratic country. So again we should go back because it is there itself in our genes, in our bloods. Okay. So by actively promoting diversity and creating inclusive work environment, we can level the playing field, provide and equal opportunities for everyone. So this is what I want to cover today. Okay. So the main thing when I have browsed through, you can see here Women in Science, Indian Academy of Sciences, the prestigious highest body in India for sciences. If you go through this web page, already research has been done, some suggestions have been given to the government itself. So everything is written here. So I suggest all of you to go through this web page, Women in Science, the exclusive web page in. Okay, coming to this report, that Indian Society for Academy, one is INSA, another 3 more are there. I will focus on that also, which has given its report in 2004. So the DST means Department of Science and Technology. They have given the suggestions for department and they have also taken up and giving more preference for the women. So task force for women in science led to a set of recommendations. These were presented in the stakeholders and to the Minister of Science and Technology in 2009 itself. So all these things you can browse through this PDF file. What are the recommendations are given, what they did after that, what are the availabilities for the women. Okay. So in this STEM, We are going to talk mostly about women in science. What is the status of gender balance, otherwise imbalance? Mostly we want balance only. Okay. In STEM, what steps have been taken? Academicians, government departments, policies and schemes, where do we need to go? Already some steps have been taken. Then where is the lag point? How we can fill up that one? Okay, these are the numbers. I will show these numbers at the end of these slides. I will share this PowerPoint with you because it is available in the internet. Already the report has been given and I am taking some points from that report. Okay, so the INSA report, a report brought out by Indian National Science Academy. Okay, so the detailed book also is given in this one, as I showed before. Trained scientific woman power. What fractions we losing and why? Why we are losing those fractions? That means here it says trained scientific woman power. Already this is the UG and PG college. We are training the students. Again, why they are not coming up? Where is that gap is there? How we can fill up that gap? That is the most of the crux of this talk. Okay. So the Indian scenario is the presence of women students in schools and colleges high. Compared to the previous decades, now we are seeing, even in one time in NIT Warangal, we have seen all girl students, only one student was a boy in our MSc. All are out of 30, 29 students are girl students and only one is a boy. So such type of trend also coming up. Then where is that gap is coming? Okay. And their level of achievement high. However, participation of women in research in science is low. The presence in the high positions in academics also too low. So if I take my institute also, out of 170 or 200 faculties, we are only 40 faculties are women. That also happened recently, last year only. Okay. Time but I came to know here that I am very happy. Here are more of the faculty are women. So it is achieved. We cannot rule out that nowhere it is happening, but it is happening. Okay. So there appear some very serious leakages. They put this word as leakages in the pipeline from colleges to university, then to scientific careers. Mostly they are talking about the positions here, scientific positions, academic positions, etc. Okay. So how we can overcome this? So fraction of women scientists in prestigious awards, awfully low, very low. They have written the numbers also. 14 out of 416 Bhatnagar awards were women. Only 14 of them out of 416. So large numbers we can see in medical sciences, biology and mathematics also. Comparing this 14 numbers. Academic fellowship, as I said before, 2 women founding fellows of IASC, but today the fractions are in decimal points. So if we compare the whole thing, you can see the fractions are in decimal points. So INSA, IASC have never had a woman president. So that is also gives an implication. Why shouldn't we have the president of this academic bodies? In the Indian context, the measures necessary are not so much to attract girls to science and engineering education, but so up to the high school levels, UG, PG, we can see the girls are registering more in number. But what about the careers? That is a more concern for the society. Careers in science, retaining them in science also. Once a girl students, girl faculty, woman faculty joins in the career and they can't able to continue further. I have seen many of them. They are discontinuing in the middle also. Okay. So what is the essential thing here? Creating means to facilitate negotiation of a science career. We have to do the counseling, why they are leaving, whether it can facilitate them. If husband and wife are working in different places, in DSD I heard that they encourage that the young couple should work together. They see one more benefit also, no need to pay 2 HRA. Okay. So creating awareness for this, not just among girls or women, but also as a parents, the family, the colleagues at work. So they play a critical role. I see very much that the parents also should encourage them to go for the career, higher positions, and the family members, and also the colleagues at work. So the colleagues at work also, I have seen, I have heard that they are also disturbing them. They should also understand what are the facilities they can provide each other, how they can make the smooth working environment. So women's inclusion is necessary. That is what it is written here. Then only we can assure about the quality of science and technology. So the quality also important. If you keep on getting disturbed, the quality gets hindered. That's what I observed in abroad. So nobody cares about the other person. If we go and talk to them also from 9 to 5, we don't get disturbed. In that environment, I am getting peace. I can able to focus only on my work. Here ऐसा नहीं होता है ना, 11 बजे टी होना चाहिए, isn't it? 3 o'clock again one more tea, because we are also teaching. I did teaching in South Korea. So the students come there with their pizzas, everything. They listen also. Okay, and also I used to conduct the exams. I keep the question papers on the table. I leave from there. They will write the exam, they will keep and they will go. No copying, no invigilation, nothing. If we tell them also, they don't copy, because that dignity of the work is there. Whether it is the exam or attending anything, they will focus on that. Then only that quality will be assured. That is my opinion. Okay. After coming to India, I am seeing that. Sometimes I feel that I should go back for a year or two also and come back. For what? To get the quality. But we should make sure that our environment also should be suited to that. It is not escaping from the present situation. If you escape from the present situation, then that situation will be like that only. So we should ensure that one. Hence, this is even more essential. Not only creating, maintaining that sustain. In India, the social and economic reasons indicate that participation of number of women in science is going to increase in the coming decades. So let us hope that. So in the independence, before independence, our patriotic songs are, in Tamil we have one song from Subramania Bharatiyar, we got independence, let us enjoy. He sings like that. Because of that song, he got arrested. Okay, so let us hope that in the coming decades, definitely things are getting improved. We will also become developed country. So need to facilitate the ways in which this pursuit of science by women can be effective. So important policy decisions and implications need to be taken now. From where they should start, policies, decisions means it should not start from the higher level only. We can also start from ourselves. So during this COVID time, we have to take the online universal human value classes. So I am also part of that one. In that one, I used to show the videos where a brother is helping the sister, because both of them, mother and father, gets COVID. Whether they are alive or not also they don't know. That boy is studying 7th standard and she is studying some 6th or 5th. So how that boy is helping that girl? She can't even able to speak to him openly some of her issues. He searches in the YouTube. Then he gives the suggestion. He takes care of her. Why I am telling is, because everybody has the mother. Everyone has the sisters also. So we also have, even in our hostels also, men's hostel or boys hostel, they used to tell that. How you see them? Because I also have a son. Okay, once we come up to this level, we should see everyone in equal perspective only. No need to discriminate. Why we should discriminate? So then only our society can grow together. So what are the things that exist and we can make use of that? Indian Academy of Sciences panel for women in science. In short, they used to call it as WIS panel. Today morning also I started searching that. So many fellowships are there. Only thing is we have to apply. Even Telangana Academy of Science also there, which is a prestigious body. We should apply. So this time when I have seen that one, number of applications they are receiving for mathematics is very low. So why such situations are happening? We should take out the opportunities. We should grab the opportunities. Okay. And the faculty's responsibility, we should tell to our younger generation and motivate them. So the policy measures taken already are, INSA took the lead in bringing out first study of science careers for Indian women. So this soft copy also available. I'll show some of the books here. Yeah. DST has started Women Scientist Scheme. So many schemes are there. WOS, A, B, C is there. So eligibility you see up to the age of 50. If they have the break, they can't sit at home because the studies should not go waste. The education should not go waste. So research and travel grant, fellowship for 3 years. These are the some of the facilities created by the government to us. So the you can see the trend here. Year by year it is increasing. So everywhere you can see, every department, whether it is botany or zoology, arts, history, everywhere the government is creating the pool of opportunities for women. Okay. And this is the video played there. Okay, you can also go through this. So coming to the academician, as an academician what we can do? The role model program. So now I will appreciate Madam Sreedevi for taking up the initiative to call the pool of scientists, academicians, environmentalists, socialists, so many to attract what is going on in the society and to enlighten the students also. So women in science, so here it is written, what are the academicians can contribute to the society. And the role model program, okay, brought out a book of autobiographical sketches of 100 women scientists. So this is a very nice book written in some of the local Indian languages and translated to foreign languages also I heard. Leelavati's Daughters, Women Scientists of India. Do you know who is Leelavati? Okay, I searched this and I have pasted from Google again. You see here, Leelavati was composed by renowned astronomer and mathematician Bhaskaracharya. Okay, he has written a number of books. Bhaskara produced 6 works during his lifetime. Leelavati, so others also listed here. These were all books on math and astronomy, with some of them being commentaries on his own works or that of others. So he has given the book title as Leelavati. Okay, it is not about the woman or any person or something. He has given the book title as Leelavati, and INSA has made that initiation Leelavati's Daughters. Okay, from that book they have taken up and they have spreaded it. So Leelavati is a comprehensive exposition of arithmetic, algebra, geometry, mensuration, number theory and related topics. So I have taken up only this book. Other books also you can go through that, and it looks like this. See, translations in some local languages. It is also written. You can go to the Wikipedia and you can see that about that book. Okay, another one more book is a new book, contains a small description of the science done by women whose stories are in this book. What struggles they have faced. I am seeing nowadays the girl students, they are very much well versed with using the mobile phone. But when I have told them to go to the concerned faculty and talk to them, they are not doing. Go and talk to them. No, that age is like that, sir. That is why it is called as adolescent age. Yeah, I can understand. So I push them. You go and talk to them. So that is a motivation we should give them. That I feel. If one student is not coming to us, we should see that. So we have to take care about the whole class, not the individual one. We mostly do, but still I see some of the students. So they are coming from the different parts of the villages also. They can't able to speak in English. Yeah, it's okay, but we should motivate them. So such type of motivational courses also necessary for them. So nowadays we have, I am the mentor for weak students. So I have to identify who are getting failed or less than 4 point CGPA. I should call them until they go out from the college. Okay. So such type of measures also government is taking up. Now it is the turn for the students also. Not only WhatsApp, YouTube, etc. Okay, this is also important. So how we can fill up this leakage? Okay, loss of trained scientific woman power. What fractions are we losing and why? So what are the measures or remedials we can take up? Already previous speakers told so many points about that one. Same thing only I am going to repeat here in 1 or 2 slides. Okay, learned some lessons. So I learned some lessons from my own experience and also from my professional career also. So policy changes are happening. We can't simply rule out that nobody is taking care of us, etc. Policies are made up. We are given more preference also. Okay. But whether we are taking it up, that is also a challenge. By and large, need to provide level playing field for women. After that, nothing special is required. That is the conclusion of this talk. Okay. We provide the opportunity. The opportunity is given. Whether we women are taking up or not, that is the question mark. Okay. So, even more important than providing the ways to come back after a break is to remove the necessity for a break at all. So, that is also one of the recommendation made by them. Why should a woman should take a break? If we provide the work environment such that she can stay here, she can relax for some time and go back to the work, then ends everything. So, that is what it is written. Remove the necessity for the break at all. Okay. Science is a way of life, not a job. Science is a way of living. Nowadays we are using the mobile phone for everything. So it is a science. So simple and good remedies what we can take up is a good crèche on every campus, high priority to young couples for on the campus housing, proactive hiring policies for helping couples manage dual careers. Encourage and reward excellence shown by women, improve work climate including the harassment issues. So I am the chairman of internal complaints committee. So I see that so you are also equally potential to men. If they harass you, you also harass them. What is wrong in that? Okay. So don't worry about that. So nothing to take anything seriously and hinder your career. That's what my suggestion. If something is happening, get out from that one and move on. Okay. So the long-term suggestions also given here. Institute should set up graduated goals after determining their feasibility. How much they can provide. Institutions also have the limitations. Okay. Yeah. So long-term steps in improvement of work climate by gender sensitization at all levels. Okay. So these are my suggestions or whatever given in the policies by the government and what we can do and how we can help each other for the students and also for the faculty and for the management also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative talk on women in science, which was very interesting too. You have elaborated about position of women in India in various fields and about various honors, awards of women in India, and your suggestions regarding necessary measures in Indian context are highly appreciable, and we feel highly privileged to have you here, ma'am. Madam is double doctorate and visited several countries like Greece, Italy, Switzerland and USA, and under her guidance, of course, more than 5 students have taken their PhD degree. 70 peer-reviewed publications were being published in prestigious journals, and she delivered about 30 talks in international and national conferences. And Madam, I request you to accept our felicitation. May I now request Vijaya Kadar Madam and also all the members of Women Empowerment Cell to come on to dais to felicitate Rani Madam.
Now online lecture. Sorry for interruption, just 2 minutes. లైన్లో ఉన్నారు మేడం, ఆమె లైన్లో ఉంది లైన్లో, డైరెక్టర్ ఉన్నారు లైన్లో, ఆన్లైన్. Now I invite Dr. Vanaja Avadhanam, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NAL, Bangalore. Her native place is Anantapur. She got BSc Chemistry degree from Sri Krishna Venkateswara University. She did her master degree in Organic Chemistry from Sri Krishna University, Anantapur. She got PhD degree from Bangalore University in 2004. She joined CSIR NAL as a senior scientist in 2004. After joining CSIR NAL, she was actively involved in addressing the techno-scientific issues during the extension of important national programs, ISRO. She is the first woman in develop the demonstrative and conductive polymer composite for direct application onto LCA aircraft. And so many awards she got. Best Woman Scientist Award in 2004 and 2005, and CSIR NAL Award for Excellence in Research and Technology for the year 2016. Her comprehensive research accomplishment, including developing conductive polymers, nano composites for super capacitors to strengthen micro air vehicles. She has guided many BE, MTech, PhD programmers and had highly qualified journal publications. She is a peer reviewer for reputed international journals in the field of polymers and composites. under faculty development programs currently at the IIT Roorkee and the university under faculty development programs. Currently she is a CSIR NAL coordinator for Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research PhD program. She is the member of American Chemical Society ACS, Indian Carbon Society ICS, and Indian Society and Advancement of Materials and Process Engineering ISA MPE. Now I invite Dr. A. Vanaja Madam to speak. Welcome Madam to our college. Madam, please start. చెప్తారా? వచ్చిందా మేడం? సంతోష్ ఏమైంది? Madam, please start. Vanaja Madam, please start. Vanaja Madam, please start.
Hello, madam. Hello. Hello. Hello, Vanaja madam. Are you there?
Can you now hear us, ma'am?
Madam, please start, madam.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, please start your session, madam, please.
Madam, can you hear me, madam?
Yes, madam. You are audible, madam. Right, madam. Start.
Can you just go on to the screen and then so that I can see once?
Start your presentation, please. Hello.
Hello.
Madam, you are audible. Please start your presentation.
The audio quality is very poor.
Connectivity is very poor.
No, we are not so clearly hearing your voice.
So you are clear, madam. Please, you are clear. Please start your presentation, madam. Hello.
Can we see you?
Yes, madam. Yes. Madam, we are in running short of time, please. Please start immediately and conclude by 10 minutes, please. Nana. Hello.
Hello.
Madam, start your presentation. No.
Ma'am, your voice is not at all audible and am I clear to you?
We are clear. Your voice is clear, madam. No problem from our side. Please start, madam. Time is running.
Is the screen visible? We started sharing, sir. Is it visible?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. Today I am going to present few glimpses on science and technology developments in aerospace related field. So let me thank the organizers for inviting me to deliver a talk on this occasion of 3-day international seminar on women empowerment and science and technology inclusive of society development for the topic. So I am so honored to be as a participant of this event. So I just want to highlight what's happening exactly in aerospace applications by women team mainly. So my talk highlights on conductive polymer related research, which includes smart textiles, stealth technologies and disaster management. So coming to the conductive polymers, so we have a team of women scientists who have extensively worked at CSIR NAL Bangalore in collaboration with DRDO and ISRO. We have done some work, so let me explain the work. Little bit introduction to the common people, and I know there are different audience here, so let me make it very simple. Polymers are generally insulators, so how we can make it as conductive polymers? So we can make the polymers as conductive materials by two methods. One is doping with some polymers with some conductive materials and adding some conductive particles to the polymers. So if the polymer is itself is having say some double bonds or conjugation in which lone pair of electrons are available, so they will conduct. So these polymers are by nature they are conductive. So but they will have very less conductivity. So we can add some dopants so that we will be achieving the required conductivity. So in addition to that, there is another class of conductive polymers where we can go add some conductive particles. Like as we all know, metals are very good conductors like silver, copper, aluminium, and other nanotubes, graphene. They are the present materials which are used for imparting the conductive aspect to the polymers. So if you look at the table of conductivity, so polymers on the extreme side which will fall on the insulator side, and another extreme is metal which is highly conductive. But metals are very heavy in nature, that is the disadvantage. Hence we wanted to move away from the metals, but we do not want to compromise on the metallic properties. So metallic properties like conductivity is better, whether it is electrical or thermal conductivity. So in between, whenever we make the polymers as conductive by using the above two methods, we will be ending up with semiconductor medium. So this is the basic of conductive polymers. So such polymers we have used. So I will take you to a different journey. So giving some basics. So let's move on to the next station, which is conductive polymers, how we make aniline, pyrrole and paraffin. They are all monomers. So on polymerization, we will be getting polyaniline, polypyrrole and polyphenol. And this is very, very simple, and every chemist will be knowing the preparation of this, and it is very simple. But the exciting thing is, how do we take it to the application? So you can see a slide showing polythiophene sensors, supercapacitors we can make. This is how a polythiophene used. So you can see on the right side a textile made up of this polythiophene as its coating. So I will give you some more details. So these are polyaniline based fabrics. So it will go to different applications. So now this is a special polymer subject. So in defense we need different applications. Like if you go to the borders, where our border security forces will be exposed to the extreme environments like very cold environments sometimes and very hot environments. If you go to Rajasthan borders and Himalayan borders, to different extreme conditions we will be facing. So for that we have to provide some protective clothing where the clothing can be sensitive to feel that it is cold climate and it has to make the soldier warm. So this is called smart clothing. So in preparation of smart clothing, we will be using this conductive polymers. So how do we use the conductive polymers? So polyaniline, polypyrrole, polythiophene, or PDAR, all these things are already informed. So we cannot use as such. So what we can do is, if we want to make a fabric out of it, so from the fabric will be made from the yarn, textile industry. So what we can is just make a solution of this conductive polymer and give a coat to the fiber, and from the fiber the yarn is made and the yarn is going to be weaved in a fabric. That's how the conductive part is embedded in the fabric. So when you wear this kind of fabric, So it is connected to a power source also. So then it will start giving the signal that it is warm or it is cold, something like that. Then a different sensors can be arranged so that which can, a small heater kind of things also can be embedded. And when it is extreme cold, it heats up the fabric. So when it is hot, it will cool down the temperature. So for this purpose, we will be embedding a different kind of sensors and the response for the stimuli. To show that response, we will be having different chip arrangements into the fabric. So these are the fabric kind of things where it can be put into the defense or in any other sector also for health. So the spin-off technologies were given to the healthcare also. So healthcare, if you wear some fabrics, the heartbeat can be sensed by it and it can display. So for display and other things, we have to integrate the fabric with so many electronics. So the challenge is when we have embedded all these electronics into a fabric, whether it is washable, durable, and the function is repeatable, that is the challenge. So now the research is going on to these aspects, how to improve the durability of these materials. See, now you can see a t-shirt which as a casual wear a soldier can be provided. There is a micro chip inside, you can see how he can control. So these fabrics are called interactive fabrics where electronics are embedded and it will be connected by a power source. So all is very miniaturized and sometimes it can be like a design. So ordinary people cannot make like it is something. So it will become an integral part of the fabric. So it appears as a design. So that is how smart fabrics were made and it is now to the defense application. So now one more quote I am showing here. The actuator, the antenna, interconnections, data processing chip, sensor for different sensors and a power supply. So when a power supply is connected with all the systems which are in close in a loop, it will work as a smart fabric. So the soldier can communicate whatever message he wants to and it will be received by an antenna, external antenna, it will take the data and process it. Accordingly, the further actions will be continued. Another important segment is anti-static coatings for the aircraft. That is also made by this conductive polymers. So what is this coating, where it will be used? It is not coated the entire aircraft. It is not that kind of coating. So we wanted the conductive coatings to be on the nose part. The nose part is called radome. So radome is a part which is covering the radar. Radars will be there. As you know, radars will send many signals which will be sent to the ground and about the status of the aircraft. So when we are sending these signals, due to the flight in air, in different environments, sometimes there will be a thunder. So for that time, the electricity will be generated. Now presently, since we are going for lighter weight helicopters or aircrafts, almost 30% is going to be replaced by the polymer composites. So polymer composites, as I explained, they cannot conduct the electricity. So when they cannot conduct the electricity, when there is a thunderstorm, there is every possibility of this parts to get damaged. So we want to have a lightweight structure when it is flying in the air so that the fuel efficiency will be there. The more we lightweight, the lighter the aircraft by using the polymers, since the density of polymers are very less as compared to this. But we want to have a metallic behavior. So how do we achieve? As I said, it can be achieved by the use of polymers. but conductive polymers essentially. So when we give a coating of anti-static coat, which comprises of this conductive polymers, it will discharge the current to the earth by prohibiting the damage to the inner parts. So if this part is damaged, totally the aircraft gets unconnected to the ground. So we wanted to avoid that. So to make it lighter and effective, the coatings on the radome will be polymer based conductive coatings. So I am showing a Jaguar manual aircraft which is in our device. So presently it is flying with this kind of anti-static coatings. So another interesting area is stealth technologies. What do you mean by stealth? Stealth is low observability or completely making it as invisible also. So how the concept of invisibility, how we can obtain. So I will just explain in a much simpler way. So when we use radar absorbing material or heat radiation reduction, so we can make us invisible. So you can see an aircraft of US which was made as stealth aircraft, and we are also doing currently our Indian aircrafts which are going to have these stealth features. So I will just explain. See, suppose an aircraft is flying. So the flight can be, as I shown, one way is we will be detecting the flight, how it is going, where it is going and all. But it is not useful, it is dangerous when we go for a repulsive flight. So what flight cannot be seen. So if it is seen, the enemy will target the aircraft and then he will just blast the aircraft. So we do not want to get it detected. So for that, we will be making it as invisible. So target detection should not happen. So when we are carrying the weapons, we should not get detected. So from ground, we will be controlling and we will be making some ways of making it invisible. Let me explain how we make it as invisible. So this is how we create an architecture.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. Sorry for interruption. Please, will you conclude your talk within 5 minutes, ma'am, due to time constraint?
The structure. So we will be using conductive polymers. Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Sorry to disturb you. Will you please conclude your talk in 5 minutes, ma'am? Due to time constraint, we are extremely sorry.
Okay, I'll take 5 minutes. So, so we will be having different materials. You can see the incident. So when we see the images, when the incident wave gets reflected, then only we can see the image. So if we do not allow the wave to be reflected back, then we will not be going to see the object. That's the basic principle. So what we do, the moment the incident wave comes in, then we will allow it to get multiple reflections inside the structure. So there we will have different conductive polymers and conductive particles. So it will be burned inside. It won't go. But obviously, when the high energy radiation is going into it, heat will be generated. So incidentally, that heat also can be sensed by IR radiations. So the present study is not to even to get detected by IR radiation. There is a present research going on. This is our advanced medium compact aircraft, which is going to be our stealth aircraft in the future, which will be embodying all the features that I have explained. So coming to the calamities prediction, we have put many places the radars generated, developed by CSR and AL. So which is this is a different application. What I have spoken in the earlier slides is about conductive polymers. Here it is a different material. It is transparent to the microwaves. The earlier ones are not transfer into microwaves. But these are different ones. It should be able to transfer the microwaves so that whatever signal coming from the ground should be without any loss. It has to be. So basically, they are all of very low loss materials we call. So polyesters, different polyesters, polyurethanes, and scientific structures will be used. They are very huge constructions. So we have put over the whole coastal area and also recently in north, extreme north. Also we have done these things. Coming to the other research area, what we are addressing is unmanned air vehicles, where again here we are utilizing different electronics technology, but again here the main body is made up of composite materials, polymer composites. So we have used for defense application, and we are also using for river monitoring and then agriculture. And I would like to say probably that during COVID period we have distributed the COVID vaccine through this UAVs. And all the team led here is again women scientists who have done this fantastic job, and we have helped the medical department to do it successfully. So with this small brief on what is happening on the other side, I will end my presentation. And I would also like to say proudly that recently we flew the LCA, that is Light Combat Aircraft Tejas, with a women pilot. So I wish all the women to come forward and see the progress of women, whether it is technology, science, or in any other session. Take the courage and perform well. And I don't see any gender bias in science and technology. Everybody is saying it is only the dedication, research, and the talent. So I would like to thank even our PM, who is the chairman of CSIR, who is always for women and women empowerment. Thank you. And if you have any questions, you can please.
Thank you, Dr. Manaja Madam. Very nice and informative lecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from audience?
Any questions?
If there are no questions, I think we can conclude this.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Now it's time for invited talk from Professor Dr. Mamata Sharma, Department of Environmental Toxicology, Rajasthan. Her topic is Role of Women in Conserving the Environment. Now on to Mamata ma'am.
Shall I start? I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am, you are very much audible.
Let me share my screen first.
Yes, ma'am, you are very much audible and visible. So you may start, ma'am.
Just I'll share the screen. Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're audible.
So my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so good afternoon everyone, and I'm Dr. Mamta Sharma. I'm speaking all the way from Rajasthan, from a place called Alwar, and I'm working as an associate professor in zoology. So the topic of my presentation is role of women in environmental conservation and women health. And I think it's the most important in the present times because when we talk of gender equity, environmental doesn't stay away. So what I'm going to talk about is like, basically I would like to talk about the pesticides, pesticide pollution and how it relates to the women health, and finally what is the role of women in environmental conservation. So pesticide, basically as the name indicates, it's a chemical substance which is meant to kill any pest. What is pest? Anything which is harmful to humans or human resources. But what happens, the specific pesticides, they should be killing only the specific pest. But we all know that pesticides are poisons. So the problem instigates from the place when pesticide doesn't only kill the pest, but they affect the other organisms also, and which includes humans as well. If you come in contact with the direct toxicity, that is the direct contact with the pesticide, it is the direct toxicity. But what I'm going to talk about, the indirect toxicity. What happens when pesticides are being sprayed in the fields? They get into our environment, they get into our soil, our air, our water, and from there they reaches to the food chain. Suppose they go to grass, grass is being eaten by rabbit, rabbit is eaten by hyena, hyena is eaten by the tiger. So as soon as they move in the food chain, what happens? They get biomagnified. Means suppose if grass has 5 mg, the rabbit will going to have 10 mg. If rabbit is being eaten by man, it goes to 15 mg. If it is in the water, it is 5 mg, then fish will have 10 mg, and if man eats it, it is 15 mg. So this goes on. I just spoke about biomagnification. Let me talk about a person. She's my hero. I think it's a hero for everyone who is working on pesticide contamination. She's Dr. Raquel Carson. Raquel Carson was the first scientist and the first person in the world who stated that green revolution is not a food for every breath. It is a disease for every person. That means when we spray DDT in the field, DDT is what we can say, it is the killer element. So when we spray DDT in the fields, it get contaminated, our environment get contaminated, and it reaches to humans through grains. And when DDT, it belongs to the class of pesticides called as organochlorine pesticides. These are potent carcinogens, mutagens, and teratogens. So we know the story where it ends. So Raquel Carson said that DDT is the culprit and we should stop using pesticides. We all know Minamata Bay. Minamata Bay is a bay in Japan where there was a factory nearby. So the most of the effluent of the factory used to goes into that Minamata Bay, and the people around that bay who are inhabiting that place, they used to eat fishes. The Kisho Corporation, which is a chemical company, it used to throw lead and other things and mercury into the Minamata Bay, and it converted into methyl mercury, and the people started developing neurological disorders, numbness, tremors, loss of coordination, muscle weakness, in severe cases paralysis and death. So this was one of the biggest disaster we ever talked in environmental pollution. We all know methyl isocyanate, Bhopal gas tragedy. I think many of us might have witnessed this or might be reading about it. Union Carbide, because of some less maintenance of the safety procedures in the December, In the first week of December, methyl isocyanate was released. Immediate death was there, long-term effects of health problems. Survivors and their descendants have cancers, they have chronic asthmatic problems. The children are born with the birth defects like hydrocephaly and all. So this is another thing which is very horrifying when we talk of these environmental disasters. This I just spoke about it, that chemical runoff, whatever pesticide we spray in the field, it doesn't stay there. Through the water, they reaches to the places. Like if I talk to you, there are only two habitats which are known as very, very difficult habitats. But I won't say the human can't reach there. One is the Mount Everest, other is Mariana Trench. Everest has got pesticides. If we take the samples from the Everest, they have a pesticide. Mariana Trench, it is the deepest hole in the sea. It also have pesticides. So what? That means they doesn't stay at their place of application. They travel. They travel through water, they travel through air, they travel through us, they travel through animals. This is another havoc we all are facing. We all see the mosquitoes like in our houses, right? 20 years back, if you used to just spray one pesticide, they used to die. But now you put on 3 sprays, 4 sprays, 5 sprays, they doesn't go. So that means the pest race is getting resistance, and it further make us to use more of pesticides. So at the one end, pest is getting resistance. At the other end, we are increasing the pesticide. Let me talk to you. Welcome to the world of pesticides. What is it? Where we are going? And let me tell you, my dear friends, that the pesticides, they are such strong chemicals. You can imagine if just any animal touches to it, they die. So how strong poison it would be? So these are those chemicals which can just sweep away habitats and habitats. They can just make a species go extinct. This is just a photograph to show you that what different kind of habitats we have. And I'm just talking I was talking before about the pesticides. Now I can tell you that what we have done, that we have 981 protected areas in India. We have 104 national parks, 5 to 6 wildlife sanctuaries and other. These are the small efforts that humans are doing to save the biodiversity. This is something I would like to talk about CPR, but here I will confine myself only to the role of women in CPR. CPR are the common property resources. We call them gochas, urans, and agos. What are gochas? Gochas are the spaces which are left since the statement times. Which are left for the cattle to graze. Urans are those places which are connected to some temple or any religious space, and they are left. And agors are also, these are some protected areas near the water bodies and all. So the thing is like this, that all these protected areas, they are being saved by the people. People don't cut trees, people don't misuse them, people don't spray pesticides in them. Rather, they take on their cattle to allow to graze them and pick up some fallen tree branches to their homes. So common property resource is one of the very important factor in saving the biodiversity. And let me tell you why I'm talking about it here is that the common property resources, they are so important in wildlife conservation because how they work. First of all, they are of religious significance. They bring human and wildlife in coexistence. They preserve the gene pool of the native resources. They support rural economy and livelihood. If we talk of Rajasthan in Thar Desert, we don't have much of vegetables and all, but things like kair sangri, khejdi, bear, these are the local fruits which are found in xerophytic species, and these are being sold in the market, and they give livelihood to the rural people. and they are very good for health. They have antioxidants, so they are also providing a kind of nourishment to the people who are buying it. Then many of like KGD again, it was about to get extinct, and it is being conserved in this Oran, Gochas, and others. It is the life supporting system for the communities, suitable habitat for the threatened wildlife, important ecosystem services and all. To CPR, they are the most important places where biodiversity is being conserved. This I just spoke that it helps the people to maintain the economy. It is like, again, I just spoke about the few things I can add to it. It is water, food, fodder, resin, fiber, firewood, fencing, thatching, timber, non-edible oils, dyes, tannin, herbal support, meat, wool, hair, skin, hide, fur, horn, bones, fat, craft, and cottage. All these things are taken out from the CPR because the species richness, genetic variation, and diversity. And what it helps for? Desert ethos, people sciences, oral traditions, and survival of the people. So this is some of the pictures I want to tell you that how animals and the human landscape, they live in together. So we see certain animals like langurs, monkeys, and peacocks. I mean, everyone in the villages, they stay in close community with humans. You can see how important. See, there's a picture of a woman. She's taking care of the fodder. She's giving food to the peacocks, and the fence behind it is made up of these sticks which are being collected from the Oran and Gochas. Women plays a very, very important role. There is a caste called Bishnoi in Rajasthan. If you heard about that Salman Khan episode, that he killed one of the Chinkaras and it was taken up by this community. This woman is from that community. They give their life, they give their money, they give their time to save the animals. You can see this is all women who take care, who rescue animals and take them to the rescue centers, give them medicines and everything, take care of them, give them food. I have written this is Bishnoi's areas around the Blue City. This is a place around Bikaner, Jodhpur, and Jaisalmer. These are the certain plant species I just wanted to tell you. Since I'm coming from a place called Rajasthan, which is known for desert, these are certain species which are found in Rajasthan like khejdi, bear, and care. These are again same things. You see, these are the species which are found, and they provide a kind of economic independence to the women, because women collect beer and everything and they sold openly in the market, on the roads or from the houses, and take up some money out of it. These are the places. These are, again I tell you, these are being constructed by women. You can see how they have put on these branches and shrubs and everything to protect their household. This is again, it is a very beautiful kind of a fencing which is made from the natural resources from Oran, Gochas, and other CPRs. These are the few images which I have put on to show you that how women support the livelihood, and at the same time she is taking care of the biodiversity in the environment. These are the things which they prepare from trees and from the shrubs, and again they use it for their livelihood. See, this is how women in villages of Rajasthan, they collect this, like I think at one place she's collecting khejdi, we call it sangri, we use it as a vegetable. And here I can see some bear and she's collecting, and here they are collecting I think care or something, and then they will collect it and sell it to the market. Women has so much important role. This clearly, this picture, I was like traveling from village to village, and I saw all these small girls and women, and they have collected so many things from this Oran and Gochar and CPRs, and they're taking to their home without harming without putting any harm to any environment or any biodiversity. This is Sangri, I just spoke about it. This is Care, this is Bear, and this is how women they market. Some of the women they become very educated, like education literacy is very less in Rajasthan for women. But now we are picking up the space, and now you can see that women are coming up in marketing. Again, these are the products which women usually collect from these places, and this is how their kids, and they sell it and they collect some money for their livelihood. The best thing about this is it is collected without putting any pesticide, without putting any fertilizers, without putting any harm to the environment. This is something what we eat a lot in Rajasthan. This is gum, resin, and this is like beetles and everything which are being consumed. Now, loss of biodiversity, this is something we cannot afford. This is something humans cannot afford. Because there's a species, if I want to talk about, I hope everyone might have heard about bald eagle. Bald eagle, this is the bald eagle. Look at such a beautiful animal it is. Bald eagle is the national animal of United States of America. Raquel Carson was the first person who said there are only 4 pairs are left. Then somebody said, no, it's 40 pairs are left. Fine. 4 or 40 doesn't matter. It should be more than that. So Raquel Carson said, when these bald eagle, they eat the grain which is being harvested from the field which is being sprayed with DDT. The grain had lot of DDT in it, and when bald eagle consumed it, it becomes biomagnified, and when it enters to the body of the bald eagle, it interferes with the egg shell formation. So when the eagle lays the egg, when raptor sits on it, the eggs used to break, and there are no new ones. Finally, in 1972, United States, they put on the ban on the use of DDT. And right now, if you go to Georgia, you see thousands and hundreds of bald eagle and the raptors, they're flying high in the sky. So shall I tell you, this man has become a god. He decided that I have to save the bald eagle, so he saved. But he never wanted to save dodo, or he never wanted to save other animals. They got extinct. It's a thought for every one of us to think about it. How we are playing with the environment. I already spoke about it, that what are PBTs and POPs, and these are the most harmful chemicals. These are persistent organic pollutants because they are lipophilic compounds. They get into our human body, they get soluble in our fat, get deposited there. And then they are known as potent carcinogens, mutagens, teratogens, immunosuppressor. They induce neurological disorders. They produce diabetes. They produce thyroids. They produce hormone disorders. So we have answered to the story. I think 10-20 years back, if we talk, cancer was not so popular. And today, every second person is dying of cancer. Why? It's a thought for all of us. Welcome to the world of pesticides. I ask you just one question to everyone. We all go to the vegetable market, don't we? We does. So when you go to the vegetable market, how do you buy the vegetables? If I go to the market, I will buy a white looking cauliflower. I will buy the most green looking ladyfinger. I will buy a shining red, bright red apples. I'll buy the red, tough tomatoes. But if I'll ask you everyone, 20 years back, were the vegetables were so beautiful? They lucrative. Were the cauliflower was so green or so white? Ladyfingers were so green? Apples were so red? No, they were not. This is what happens when this is another world of cosmetic pesticides. So when the blooming happens and flower comes and it is a formative stage to become the fruit or a vegetable, that time these cosmetic pesticides are being sprayed in the fields. And after a month or 20 days, you see bright tomatoes coming up. You see very green ladyfingers coming up. And you see big 1 or 2 kgs of cauliflowers coming up. This is the world of pesticide, but we don't know what we have done. We have added poison to our vegetables. And let me tell you, my dear friends, they don't go by washing, they don't go by cooking. They don't even get out of our body because they have half-life of 400 years, 450 years. They are more worse than plastic. So now if I want to talk about the women health, this is the second part of my presentation. So what I'm talking about, a study I conducted in Janana Hospital, Mahila Chikitsalaya, which is attached to the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, SMS Medical College, Jaipur, and 2 private hospitals, Sanjeevani Hospital and Mira Hospital, Banik Park, Jaipur, they are included in the study. This study is very horrifying because this was done on the human women. These women had no history of occupational or accidental exposure. We have collected, right now I'm going to talk only about the one aspect of human milk, but let me tell you, I collected their blood. When they give birth to a baby, the placenta and the cord blood, and after the birth, when babies start suckling, their human milk. And we have used a technology, gas liquid chromatography, equipped with electron capture detector, which is a very high profile technology, to see the organocorine pesticides in them. Right now I'm going to talk about the human milk studies because if I'm going to talk it will be a day. So I'm just constricting myself to a very small thing, human milk studies. So when I collected the human milk from the women, I did the extraction of pesticides by the methodology given by Taki and his co-workers, and we just modified as per the some conditions of our laboratory. We have expressed the values in the form of mean and plus minus standard error, and we have used the student test, and their significance were tested at 5% and 1% level. And my dear friends, please have a look. This is human milk. We say human milk is best for babies, right? Right? Doctors say, please feed your babies with human milk. Don't use market packaged milk. Don't use cattle milk, right? My dear friends, I'm telling you, there were 100 women, 97, 77, 74, 60, 87, 65, 94, 46, 75, 100, 87, 97. These are the number of positive samples. And the pesticides are 0.5, 0.3, 1.08, 259, 1.2, 8.8, 0.09, like you can see, and these, most of the values are much higher than what WHO and FAO permits. So what we are doing, we are not killing ourselves only, we are jeopardizing our future generations too. I am not talking what these pesticides are doing havoc in the women body. I am talking a child who is just born, who is not physiologically as strong as human men or human women. It is just a child of one day. They are totally different from us in most of the ways. So, my result says that all these most of the samples, they are being contaminated by one or the other pesticides. The pesticide we have seen is HCH, DDT, their metabolites, aldrin, heptachlor, and you can see the high concentrations of pesticide which I have shown you before. A very high concentration of DDE and DD were found, which constitute about 48% and 34% of the total DDT concentration. This is like how to speak about, means everything is being poisoned with the pesticide. Now, why these pesticides are so much in the milk? Milk has got a fat, and these are fat soluble pesticides. So shall I put it like this? The packaged milk which is found in the market has got less fat than human milk. So shall we shift to that one? Because it might have less pesticide than human milk. So the toxicologists, they totally differ in most of their most of their observations when it comes to human health. We don't, like, I'm an environmental toxicologist. It's now nearly 20 years or 20 and more years since I'm in this field of toxicology. Right now we are working, right now a project is running with me where I'm seeing pesticides in the cattle milk and the water samples of 3 or more cities. Let me tell you, those things are very bad there as well. So what I want to tell you here, that anything, like there was a havoc in the beginning, Pepsi or some other Coca-Cola has got pesticide, and this is why not? When your water has got pesticide, when your ice has a pesticide, when your everything on the earth has a pesticide, when your own body has a pesticide, so why not Coca-Cola and Pepsi had pesticides? They will be there. You can't avoid it. There is no place on the earth. I told you it was a Mount Everest or it was Mariana Trench. It has a pesticide. These are the certain reports I collected. Just wanted to tell you, there are reports from Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Bombay, Calcutta, Delhi, Karnal, Lucknow, that human milk is being contaminated with pesticides. And you can see the reports. It's so much. This is much beyond by the limits which are permitted by WHO and FAO. As I told you, that newborns are not just simply adults. They are very different from us in morphologically, physiology, and biochemically from us. So in the end, I can conclude by saying that magnitude of pesticide pollution is quantitatively enough to contaminate the food and environment, and the pesticide reach the human body through various sources, mainly by absorption from the gastrointestinal tract, through contaminated food chain, are circulated in blood, stored in milk, and secreted during lactation, resulting in sufficient neonatal intake. You know that anything which is foreign to our body, if it reaches into us, it is being excreted or thrown out. The mother milk is one of very important source where mothers throw their pesticide burden of pesticides, and what happens? A baby takes it. Since the pesticides are reported to be carcinogenic, mutagenic, teratogenic, immunosuppressive, induces endocrine dysfunctions, high estrogenic activity, disturb reproductive processes, growth depressants, induce several psychogenic and neurogenic abnormalities in adult stages, and all are also reported to be associated with abortion, premature deliveries, stillbirths, low birth weight. Consequences are obvious on the mother and the developing baby. It poses various problems of management of neonatal health and nutrition. Now what it is? It calls for a suggestion like special care in the nutrition and the environment of mother, especially the woman throughout the life, especially during the pregnancy and lactation. It would be advisable for a woman to avoid consumption of fatty foodstuffs and heavily polluted working environment. It is also advisable for women to avoid use of insecticides in the household purposes. It also reflects that there is an urgent need to develop less or non-persistent or more or total biodegradable pesticides and other means by which we can reduce the environmental pollutions by the pesticide, which is not posing risk to the human health, but also threatening our future generation. Since mother is the only one who can give birth to a baby, it's very much advisable that she should stay away from pesticides throughout the life, and especially during the pregnancy and lactation. So with this, I end my presentation, and I would like to thank to the organizers, Government City College, Women Empowerment Cell Hyderabad, and of course the financial assistance provided to me by Indian Council of Medical Research, and RUSA 2.0 is gratefully acknowledged. I thank you all for hearing me out. If any questions, I would love to answer that. Thank you so much. Shanu, how can I finish that?
Hello, madam.
Yes, I have completed my deliberations. If any questions, I would definitely love to answer.
Madam, I waited for your paper only because I am sociologist and I teach.
I can't hear you much.
I waited for your paper, madam. I waited for your paper and I skipped lunch for your paper.
I should send you the paper. You are saying this?
No, 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 no. No, I skipped my lunch, madam, for your paper. I skipped my lunch.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks.
Yeah. One question to you, madam. Overall, you want to say there is a bioterrorism in the South Asia. That is one question. And the second, you spoke about.
Sir, I can't hear you. Can you just put it in the chat because your voice is not at all clear? I would see in the chat. Yeah, what is the question?
Question. Now, madam, is it okay now?
Yeah, it's better.
Do you the whole talk of you can be say that India is undergoing bioterrorism? Bioterrorism.
Bioterrorism, yes.
Okay.
Then?
Second question is, when US, UK, all other countries are doing the environmental hazardous more and consumption patterns are very high in US, other countries, and in India middle class is consuming more, it means middle class is responsible for the bioterrorism. What is your take?
Okay. Let me first put it on like this.
Yeah.
That environment is no different for any class, any country, any person, any animal. I live in the same environment where USA people are living, you are living, and in the same environment our biodiversity is living. So harm, whether it is done by middle class or the high class, doesn't matter. It's time for now to think globally about the environment. I think you used the word bioterrorism. I don't know what you wanted to ask because I could not hear you. But yes, bioterrorism, COVID and everything, it's just misuse of anything. It's misuse of anything takes us nowhere. Takes us nowhere. We are excessively using pesticides. Why? Because ecology is being set aside. Economy has taken over. So economy has taken over ecology. And that's very harmful. To provide, can you ask any country, please stop using pesticide, let the people of your country die? Who will do it? No one. So we cannot stop the use of pesticide. First thing is that we cannot stop using ACs because the environment is laden with ultraviolet rays. We have already thinned down the ozone layer a lot. People say we used to live before 20 years. We used to sleep on the floor, and we never used to have ACs. We never used to have this. We never used to have that. What was the environment 20 years back? So right now we are beggars. We are no choosers. We have to use ACs, we have to use light, we have to use pesticides. We cannot stop it because no country will come up with this कि ठीक है 2000 लोग मर जाएंगे, I will not use the pesticides.
Madam, AC तो बंद
It's
कर सकते हैं.
unethical.
AC तो बंद
So
कर सकते
we
हैं.
will use everything with a control of saving the environment. I don't know if I could hear your question properly, but this is what I wanted to put it in words.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. I have other questions, but not. I think you are also common, but
Okay. You send me. You can have my mobile number or email ID. We can talk. You can call me up anytime. We can discuss about.
Please tell that, madam. Please tell.
Not an issue.
Oh, please tell, madam.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you, organizers.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very informative talk. It was really alarming to know that human milk is more toxic than the ordinary packet milk. Of course, the measures you have suggested to control are highly appreciable. Once again, thank you, ma'am, to have a valuable talk from you. Thank you.
A very good afternoon and warm welcome to all to this valedictory session of 3-day International Conference Role of Women in Inspiring and Inclusive Growth of Society, organized by Government City College Women Empowerment Cell in collaboration with Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, National Chapter India, sponsored by Telangana State Council for Higher Education. Let us give a head start to program by inviting dignitaries onto the stage. We welcome Principal Sir, Professor P. Balabhaskar Garu onto the stage, please. I request our Anam Sujata ma'am to sponsor fruit pack to sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite today's our honorable chief guest, Professor M. Vijulata ma'am, in charge Vice Chancellor, Telangana Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, onto the stage, please. I request Dr. V. Sreedevi ma'am to sponsor fruit pack to ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite today's guest of honor, Professor Samina Fatima ma'am, retired registrar, Anurag University, onto the dais, please. I request Narmada ma'am to sponsor ma'am with fruit pack. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite today's special invitee, Dr. Anuradha Madaju ma'am, onto the dais, please. I request Vedamati ma'am to felicitate ma'am with the fruit pack. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Professor Kaisar Jamil ma'am, OWSD President, onto the stage, please. I request Sabita ma'am to sponsor fruit pack to ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Professor Vijaya Kadar ma'am, OWSD Vice President, onto the stage, please. I request Sreedevi ma'am to sponsor fruit pack to ma'am. I request Krishnavani ma'am to sponsor fruit pack to ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite convener Dr. V. Sreedevi ma'am onto the dais, please. I request Vedamati ma'am to sponsor fruit pack to ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all the dignitaries on the stage. We would like to invite Principal Sir to share his views and bless us with his kind words. I request today's honorable chief guest, Professor M. Vijulata ma'am, onto the dais, please. Onto the stage, please, to share her few words.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, Principal Dr. Balabhaskar Garu, and guest of honor Samina madam, special guest Anuradha madam, Kaisar Jamil madam, and Vijaya madam, and the convener of this program, Sreedevi Garu, and dignitaries of the dais and participants of this conference. we know that we are talking about women inclusion. We talk about, when we talk about this women inclusion, as you must have heard a lot of deliberations in these 3 days about women inclusion in the society and in different fields. And for this inclusion, there are certain strategies which we have to go through when we talk about women inclusion. First thing is, it has to be studied first in the education itself, from the basic education. If we include that, how to include women into different fields is studied, then there is a possibility that this can happen. What do we mean by inclusion of women? When we talk about that, we would say that there are a lot of fields in which women are already there, but the respect which the women should get in those fields is lacking, and the security which we talk about is also not much. So all these have to be taken into picture when we talk about inclusion of women in different fields. There are many women in many fields, they are at a higher level, but when we come to a leadership level, the number of women at the higher helm is not much. If you see at level 1 and level 2, there are people, but if you go for a higher level, we don't see many women achievers at that position. So as younger generation, you should encourage women, and also who are women should strive to go to that level. That is my message for you. All the best for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable message to our audience. Now, I would like to felicitate our Vice Chancellor Vijayalata madam with our WEC members. I request all to come on to the dais. I request all the dignitaries along with the WEC members, please felicitate madam. Now I request our respected principal sir to address the gathering.
Chief guest of today's valedictory session, Professor M. Vijayalata Garu, Vice Chancellor of Telangana Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, special invitee to the program, Dr. Anuradha Garu, Senior Regional Director, Ministry of Family and Welfare, Government of India. Guest of honor, Professor Samina Fatima Garu, Retired Registrar, Anurag University. Another guest of honor, Professor Kaiser Jamil Garu, OWSD President. and a special invitee, Professor Vijaya Kadar, former Dean Acharya, N.G. Ranga University, all the participants and faculty members of City College, and my dear students. First of all, congratulations to the Women Empowerment Cell of City College for organizing this 3-day international conference on a wonderful theme. That is the theme taken by the on Women's International Day. The nation has taken a theme, that is role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of society. So all these 3 days, so many technical sessions were organized. I think all these technical sessions are included many areas where the role of women, how it is, and what are the challenges that the women are facing. All these things were discussed and deliberated in these all the technical sessions. Of course, in City College, we have been striving for this women empowerment. Madam, we have constituted a women empowerment cell, and Dr. Sreedevi Garu is heading that women empowerment cell and trying to do many events that helps in empowering the women students in the college. So many activities are being taking place. Now, as an example, one driving women students, we are offering a free driving classes. We had one MOU with an NGO organization, MOVO. That organization is giving the driving to the women students in the college. Now the vehicles are going on just beside the ground. So like that, not only that, so many seminars. We have conducted one seminar on women reservation bill also. One big seminar, national seminar was conducted on women reservation bill. Many of the great personalities have come here and they expressed their opinions over this. So this is all we are doing to give the awareness among our students, so that because they are the next becoming the citizens of India, so definitely they must know what is there in the women's world, what are the challenges they are facing, how to coordinate and how to cooperate with the women society to empower the women. That is what we want to bring it, some awareness among the students in the City College. So in this context, I congratulating the Women Empowerment Cell of City College, all the members of Women Empowerment Cell headed by Sreedevi Garu for conducting this 3-day international seminar, and also wholeheartedly thanking all the resource persons who have come here visiting the City College. Coming the City College is one big task for them, because Madam on the other day, she is expressing that the transport people is making her to go round and round around the City College, but they are not showing the City College where it is. So coming to this college is also a very difficult thing. Even then, many of the resource persons, especially women resource persons, very much stalwarts they are in their fields. They have come here, they visited the City College, they shared their knowledge with our students. So thanking all the resource persons on behalf of City College for coming over here and sharing their opinions in this context. I also thank all the members who have supported this conference. I also thank the press team, because all these 3 days, I don't know who taken the care of press, but all the 3 days the press was covered very nicely. So many papers have covered this particular conference in all the major newspapers. So I thank even the press coverage people who are doing this. So thanking one and all for coming, and we also giving an assurance that even in future also This is only a starting, a beginning, but in future also we are assuring you all that the City College is committed to do something, a little thing for the women empowerment. Thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful thoughts and also blessing words and very encouragement to all of us. Thank you very much, sir. And we would now invite convener ma'am to share 3 days conference report.
Thank you, madam. Respected Honorable Chief Guest of the today's session, valedictory session, in charge Vice Chancellor of Telangana Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Vijulata Madam Garu, guest of the honor of the today's session, Professor Samina Fatima Garu, retired Registrar of Anurag University, and special invitee of the today's program, Dr. Anuradha Medoju Garu, Senior Regional Director, Ministry of Family and Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and respected Kaiser Jamil Madam, OWSD President, Professor Vijaya Khadar Garu, Vice President of OWSD, NCI, and respected Principal, Professor Balabhaskar Garu, and all the faculty members and dignitaries who came from different parts of the country to attend this program. I welcome you all for the 3 days international conference on role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of society. Since 3 days, we are attending so many technical sessions. For that, I thank all the participants from different parts and also from our college. I wholeheartedly thank you all for your patient listening. And first day, now I would like to say about the conference report. The first program started on 21st March 2024 with the inaugural session by Principal Sir, Chief Guest Professor G.B. Reddy Garu, Director of PGRRCDE, and special guest for that session, Professor P.P. Reddy Garu, Guest of Honor Professor Kaiser Jamil Garu, invited guest Professor Vijaya Khadar Garu, and followed by the lightening of lamp and unveiling the souvenir along with Vice Principal, Convener, Co-Conveners and WEC members. Program continued with keynote address by Dr. M. Anuradha Garu, Senior Regional Director for Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. And then technical sessions were continued by the invited talks from different parts of the country. First technical session is on gender issues related to family, social and cultural aspects. For that session, the keynote addressee was Dr. Belli Yadaya Garu, followed by 2 invited talks by Professor K. Lakshmi Garu on gender issues and a broad perspective, and followed by online session Professor Chellapalli Swarupa Rani from Acharya NG Ranga University, Andhra Pradesh, online. And that session was followed by Dr. Shubhasri, Scientist G and Head Center for Sol-Gel Coatings, ARCI, Hyderabad. She has presented her talk on offline only. She has given a valuable message on research orientation. Then the session was followed by Dr. Chitra Airavatam's presentation on an ode to unsung women who dared to make a difference. Next, online session by Atya Kaple, Chief Scientist, DRC CSIR, Nagpur. Topic on role of women in achieving sustainable development goals, which was done by online. And there ends the first day online and offline sessions with a great intellectual knowledge, seeking awareness presentations. Second day session was on health and nutrition. That is started with the same spirit and enthusiasm. In that session, the keynote addressee was Professor Vijaya Khatar Garu. Her topic is on economic empowerment of women through food and nutrition. That was a wonderful talk, madam. Thank you for your presentation and valuable message. And that talk was followed by another online session by Dr. Daniel Gustafsson from Rome. He was the former Deputy Director General of Food and Agriculture, Rome. And another speaker, that is Professor Marvet Foda from Dairy Science and Technology and President of OWSD National Chapter Egypt, could not participate in the program due to technical issue. Next, followed by offline presentation by Dr. Karuna Ramesh Kumar, OWSD member from Bangalore. She has presented her talk offline here itself. And next session by Professor Sunita Bhagat from Department of Chemistry, ARSD College, University of New Delhi. After post-lunch technical session, that is third technical session, economic and political aspects related to gender inclusion. For this session, keynote address was given by Professor Surapalli Sujata Garu from Shatavahana University. Then followed by G.N. Padmaja Garu. Her topic is on role of women in agriculture and climate change. This is also the wonderful talk. Every invited talk is important and valuable and very informative for our participants, I believe. And then followed by paper presentations and sessions of second day comes to an end. Then third day session. Third day started with the same motivation and enthusiasm and the same spirit. Technical session 4 is science, technology and environment. That session chaired by the Professor Kaiser Jamil and keynote address given by the Professor K. Purushottam Reddy Garu today morning itself. That is also wonderful talk presented by the Purushottam sir. And followed by Dr. Rukmini, Department of Astronomy, OU. Her topic is challenges for female scholars. Here I want to say something about Rukmini madam. I was attended one workshop that was organized by our physics department. I have attended that workshop and I was very much impressed by her talk. That's why I have invited madam for our conference also. And next, Dr. Ravi Babu, environmentalist and Assistant Professor JNTU Hyderabad. He also presented his talk offline today morning itself. After a tea break, keynote address given by Dr. Vanaja, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NAL, Bangalore, online. Today we have faced little difficulty with the connection, so that program little delayed. And then followed by online session on role of women in conserving the environment by Professor Dr. Mamata Sharma, Department of Environmental Toxicology, Rajrishi College, Rajasthan. She was presented her talk just before the lunch online. And followed by offline presentation, Dr. H.P. Rani, sorry. Before Mamata's talk, there is a invited talk, other invited talk by Dr. H.P. Rani, Department of Mathematics, NIT, Warangal. On the topic inclusive innovation, amplifying diverse voices for progress. All the lecturers, offline and online, was very informative and very thought-provoking and effective. I thank all the invited speakers for their support and cooperation for making this program a grand success. And also I thank all the faculty members from different parts of the country, and also our faculty members, especially all the committees who served their best for making this program a grand success. And I also thank our principal sir for his support, cooperation, everything, whatnot, everything. I wholeheartedly thank you, sir, for your support for from the beginning to the end of this program. And I thank Kaisar madam and Vijaya Kathar madam. We are collaborating organizations, WEC of City College and OWSD. OWSD is nothing but Organization for Women in Science and Technology, National Chapter India. Kaisar Jamil madam is the president of that organization, and Vijaya Kadar madam is the vice president of that organization. With the support of these two personalities, I made this program success, I believe. And with the support of co-convener Sabita, she supported me, helped me a lot in organizing things. And I also thank all the WEC members for their support and cooperation throughout the program. Thank you one and all. I thank press and media also. And a special thanks to Siddipet Madam Shobha Rani, Social Welfare College. She brings almost 30 students from Siddipet College. I am very much thankful to you, madam. And I also thank press and media and all. I think everyone nenu marchipoyi unte nannu manninchandi. This is about the program. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite special invitee, ma'am, Dr. Anuradha Medoju garu, to share few words.
Good evening to all. It's my privilege to be here on valedictory function. First, I would like to say my sincere thanks to the organizers and as well as principal of the government City College, and both the dynamic ladies who are there on the dais, Vijaya ma'am and Kade ma'am, and Asima ma'am, and Sreedevi, and all the delegates and students. This 3 days, it was a lovely presentations. Just I was going through the presentations. The few, I didn't get the much time to interact, but the many of the total in the country and the world, they have lot of messages also in that they are appreciated. So with this only we can get it, and then the knowledge sharing is most important what we have done successfully in this conference. So this is possible. A dynamic leader who are here in this Government City College as a woman leader, Sreedevi Garu, and then because of her only, and then we could able to do this program, and it's a wonderful program. On the day one, I was talking about there is a intersectorial, interministerial, interdepartmental, intersectorial. So when there will be a coordination, then the One Health is possible. So on that line, the 3 days programs are went on very well. And then my experience, and then I came on the day one also for an hour or to give my keynote address. And today, just I would like to apprise, and then which is internally which I am feeling. Do you know? Always I say one thing. International Women's Day means celebrating with the women. Women are on the dais, speaking a woman challenges by a woman, women empowerment by a woman. Is it correct? I think no. So on inauguration day, I could able to see only one lady with all the males are there. So with this, the male has to express International Women's Day, what the role of woman on that day. Everyone has expressed the role of a woman and then challenges how they felt. So that message has gone on the inauguration day. Again, on the valedictory day, once we have successful of conference, today all are women, one is male. So with this, and then we have concluded that the women empowerment and then how to do it, Dr. Sreedevi has planned very well. And congratulations once again. Wish you all the best for the near future, and for all the supporters to this conference. And thanks to all of them, because knowledge sharing is the one you people have taken. Congratulations once again. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to me to stand in this prestigious city college. And thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon today's guest of honor, Professor Samina Fatima, ma'am, to share few words.
Distinguished members on the dais, Principal Professor Bala Bhaskar, Dr. Sreedevi, convener, Dr. Kaisar Jamil, Vijaya Madam. Professor Vijulata is not here, but I think she gave a good message and she left early. First of all, let me thank Dr. Sreedevi for having invited me for this conference. And I came to know a lot of things here through her report, that a lot of things have been discussed in this conference and very interesting areas have been covered. I think women inclusion is always very important. I became the principal of the engineering college, and I was the first woman principal of the engineering college of Osmania University. But initially when I took up that position, I was a little skeptic. I was scared. But as time went by, the men, I must say, they were all very, very cooperative. So the women cannot function alone. Even if they come to senior positions, they have to have the cooperation of men. And I must say, today, in the workforce of Osmania University, men and women are working shoulder to shoulder. However, there are various walks of life where it's not so. Let me just quote you one example. I also have a NGO, Helping Hands, and in that I have one case to present to you. There's a family in which there's a grandmother, there's a son and grandchildren. Who would be taking care of the family? Who should be taking care of the family? Grandmother is there, son and children of the son. Obviously, what would you think? The grandparents only, not the son. So here there are some cases where we could see that the son could have taken care of the family, but it happens that the son is not doing his role, and the grandmother, who is an older woman, takes up the role and bears the grunt of the family. Now, there are a lot of things that people are talking about in the G20 summit also. They are saying women-led organizations, women-led families. So this is what is women-led families, where women, even if they become grandmothers, they are playing a major role in supporting the family, and the men, the boy who was here in this case was a drunkard, and he was not taking care of the family. So some men have to play their role properly, so that women have to be included in part of the workforce, but not like this, where they have to take care of the entire family even after they become senior citizens. So I think this is one example. There's another example I want to quote to you, that we try to educate girls, and in some locality where they're not so well-to-do families, and the girl got educated and finished graduation. The father would not allow the girl to work anywhere. They didn't want to send the girl outside, but nevertheless, we said you could do tuitions at home. So we made arrangements. We said you can take tuitions, and she agreed to take tuitions. People were coming to her house for tuitions. Everything was going fine. But once again, the father of the girl comes drunk to the house, and the parents of the children who were coming for tuition took away the children. So the girl who is not allowed to go and work, at home the father is creating a problem, and this is what is not inclusion. Okay? You have to include everybody, that is women, men, in all kinds of tasks, and not isolate the women. So wherever harassment is there, we don't want any harassment. There's a word which people normally use, women equality, but we are not equal to men. That equality word, sometimes people think of a very different thing. They ask for equality. We are not equals, but we are asking for justice. We are asking for women justice, and wherever there's a role which we are capable of, I think we should get those roles. Wherever men have to chip in and play their role, they have to chip in and play their role, so that the women also get very good support from them, and together we can work, women and men. So it's like the sun and the moon. They are all working in their own orbits. One does not interfere with the other. So we have to work in our own orbits, but we have to work together. So I think with these few words, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Professor Kaiser Jamil, ma'am, to share few words.
Chief guest of the occasion has left just now, but greetings to her, and greetings to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, students, girls and boys. It's my pleasure to be here once again to share some of my views. As you know, this is a very, very unique conference. Why unique? Because all the organizations make such a conference in 6 months to 1 year, but we did it in 6 to 8 weeks. So women power Zindabad. Thanks to Sreedevi and Vijay Kader and all of us. My God, we wanted to celebrate International Women's Day for only 1 day. And then she said, no, madam, we'll have 2 days. Then she went on increasing to 3 days, you know. And then from national, she went on telling us, no, we'll do it international. So she went on doing these things, and finally we somehow, you know, we are not so organized, but we did make an effort to be organized. So we did something, and we have a galaxy of speakers who gave such lovely messages, including Anuradha and Asma and all the others. They gave such lovely messages, and all the people sitting in the audience. Our idea was to celebrate International Women's Day, and now we are celebrating International Conference on a very good topic of role of women in the impressive and inclusive society for development of society. So this is a very unique title which we found by discussing and talking to each other on the phones, talking late in the nights and calling each other, oh, I got an idea, we'll put this title. No, we have to modify. So all this was happening, and it was really very interesting, very lovely occasion to put up such a big conference of 3 days in just 4 weeks. So hats off to Sreedevi, and support from the director, principal, and all the people who cooperated with us. No matter where they are, they just said, when Sreedevi called, when I called, they just came and gave their lectures and made it so beautiful. So I wish all of you a big thank you, and welcome to join our Organization of Women in Science for the Developing World. I'm at Mahavir Hospital Research Center in the Genetics Department. Whoever is interested, please, you can come and see me, and we'll have a get together, and we'll make a more vibrant organization of women in science for the developing world. This developing world is very important because it's the problem of women everywhere in the world. So that is why this organization has been working for the last 38 years. I've been there for 35 years in this organization. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sreedevi. Thank you, Principal, and thank you, Anuradha. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful words. Now I would like to invite Professor Vijaya Kadar, ma'am, to share few words.
Respected members on the dais, off the dais, faculty members, my dear students and speakers. I am really happy to say a few words here. I totally agree with Dr. Kaiser Jamil. First, we wanted to have one-day celebration because Dr. Sreedevi called me, and Madam, that is also only, I think, on 6th or 5th, I think. Madam, we want to celebrate it. I said, okay, we'll go ahead with one day. She said, no, Madam, International Day. I said, because when you are conducting the international conference, means it takes minimum 1 year preparation for us. I said, okay, we'll go ahead. No money. So I said how to get the money also, and advising. See, imagine from 5th till today, till yesterday night, she has eaten away my brain. So nothing is in my brain, so I cannot talk anything now in front of all of you. Why I am just telling you, the pursuance, if you want to achieve anything, continuously you have to be after that issue. She didn't leave it. I was discouraging her because I know how difficult to organize an international conference because I have conducted many, I have traveled quite a lot. She bent upon that, no, where is the money? She said, no, I'll get it like this, I'll get, okay. Then I want to invite the international speakers. Do you know how much it will cost? More than anything is protocol, security. I said, okay, virtual we keep them. So like that it went on. For everything, she was really a sort of pursuing continuously, disturbing me in all odd hours. But she has succeeded. I really congratulate her. And the entire, because I have not got any connection with the Women's Health Department faculty. Only Sreedevi, and I have to really congratulate Dr. Sabita also, who was really working like a right hand to her. I am telling you, like a right hand to her. She has been contributing and finalizing all the topics and everything. And finally, we got a really galaxy of speakers with wonderful topics. And we have been hearing about the woman empowerment, celebrating the International Women Day, converting into the international conference. Look at these connections. But hearing all the speakers, all the topics, wherever the woman is there, it is very successful. You have to agree the commitment, responsibility, and hard work. If a woman takes any activity, it will be completed successfully. So this is what I would like to stress before you. On this occasion, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Sreedevi and her entire team, women department cell, and although not only that, the principal behind to this entire program, because he's a very jolly type of person and he's taking everything in a light. Madam is good. So he is giving a lot of support for the activity. That is what we require. And I think we all know we cannot do work as a sort of the one-sided way or a single thing. It is a holistic approach. It is the entire family, male, and even though we are celebrating the International Women Day, it is the role of the woman is very much is there. Man is there. Without men, we cannot do anything. So this is a sort of the message I would like to say. And why I'm just talking about the Sreedevi has persuaded so much. That is the thing, you have to follow it up. You have to do a lot of what you can just say, దాన్ని ఏమంటారు, follow up action. లేకపోతే మనం ఏమీ సాధించలేము. Minute by minute. Yesterday night also at 10:30 she was talking to me, and 11 o'clock I didn't prepare my dinner also because there was some other group was contacting with me for something else. And by the time I put the phone, her talk is there. Madam, tomorrow the valedictory function, what to do, how to go. I said, you go proceed. Then at 11 o'clock I started my cooking. I'm telling you, friends. See, why I'm telling you, it's not that it's a great thing or anything. Sometimes the time comes like that, the pressure comes like that, and you have to proceed. You should not take back your step. That is what Sreedevi has done it. Because I'm telling you, without money, she started the international program. And one day, International Women Day program, it went on. I tried to convince her, conduct one day or 2 days. She said, no, madam, 3 days. I was really panicked to tell you, because with so much of the seniority, so much of the expertise, so much of this thing, how to conduct an international seminar for 3 days without having the money. Money makes many things. If she's having the lakhs and lakhs in her hand, okay, fatafat. She got only 1 lakh rupees. Even that also she didn't get the completely. I think 80,000 only she got it. Little bit. Why I'm just saying, her determination, the mindset, that's what you have to do it. In that way, I really congratulate Sreedevi and the entire team of the women's cell. And not only that, the students. I have been seeing the NCC students working very hard, other students also, because I was also an under officer during my college days itself. In my BSc days, I was the under officer, and so it gives a lot of strength. And when you are in that uniform, it gives a lot of a proud feeling. I'm telling you, I don't know whether you are feeling it or not. When I wear that shoes, that uniform, your walking will be different, your talking will be different, your behavior will be different. I hope you are all enjoying that type of feeling with yes or no? Yeah, because if you are in that uniform, your brisk walk, your talk, your behavior, everyone tries to do the namaskar to you. So this is the type of the behavior, and please keep it up, do good work. I wish all of you to conduct number of the programs and invite us to share our expertise in front of all of you. Thank you very much. Once again, I congratulate the entire college staff and the students, and including Sreedevi and Sabita. I should not forget Sabita, because she has really undertaken a lot of work behind the curtain. We are all in front of you, but she was behind the curtain and she has done everything. And I congratulate once again everyone, and including the principal also. Please give this sort of support in future also, sir. We are here to help you. And then, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your energetic and cheerful words. Now it's time to felicitation. I request dignitaries on the dais to felicitate Dr. Anuradha Madoju, ma'am, and also WEC members to join felicitation.
So, now Women Achievers Awards. The first one we are going to give to our yesterday's chief guest, keynote speaker, Dr. M. Anuradha, Senior Regional Director, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. And she gave a very good lecture on challenges, control, interruption of transmission of zoonotic infections. It gave a very nice message to all of us that not just the mosquitoes but the animals also carry the disease to us. So the nice message and how to control it. Thank you. Okay.
Along with felicitation, ma'am is receiving Women Achievers Award sponsored by OWSD NCI in medical field. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. Thank you much, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon today's guest of honor, Professor Samina Fatima ma'am, retired registrar, Anurag University. Felicitation. I request WEC members to join the felicitation. Now I would like to call upon co-convener Dr. Sabita ma'am onto the dais for felicitation. Sabita ma'am, please be seated. I request WEC members to join felicitation. Now I would like to call upon one more co-convener, Dr. Chitranjan sir, onto the dais for felicitation. Thank you, sir. Now we move on to Women Achievers Award sponsored by OWSD, Dr. Vijaya Kadar ma'am in Food and Nutrition Department. Thank you, sir. Dr. Rukmini ma'am, Astronomy Department and Space Research. Dr. Rukmini ma'am, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Surepalli Sujata ma'am in the Department of Sociology. Women Achievers Award. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Lakshmi ma'am in Political Science wing. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, Women Achievers Award, last but not the least, Dr. Sreedevi ma'am, Department of Zoology and Government City College Women Empowerment Cell Chair, convener of the program. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time to felicitate Government City College Women Empowerment Cell members. I would like to call upon Avadhanam Sujata ma'am onto the dais for felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I will request Dr. D. Narmada ma'am to join for felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request T. Vedavati ma'am to join for felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Dr. S.P. Krishnaveni, ma'am, for felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Dr. B. Sudakshana, ma'am, to join for felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call upon one more member from WEC, Dr. Chitranjan, sir, onto the dais to join for felicitation. Once again, sir. It's a co-convener award, actually. Once again. Okay. So I would like to call upon paper presentation prizes from faculty, Dr. M. Nancy Serena, ma'am. From the literature, Government Degree College, Begumpet. From research scholar, B. Mahesh, Political Science Wing from Osmania University. Sir, once again. Now I would request WEC members to join for felicitation to our principal, sir, P. Balabhaskar garu. Research scholar from OU, Political Science Wing, B. Mahesh, best paper presentation. Next, Ananya Anil, ma'am, from Microbiology Department, Usmania University, research scholar for the best paper presentation. Mahesh చేయట్లేదు ఇది నాన్సీ మేడం ఇంకోటి చూడండి మేము అక్కడ సరే ఇంకో సర్టిఫికేట్ అక్కడ నుంచి Thank you, sir, for acknowledging and encouraging the talent of our participants by presenting certificates. Now I would like to request Dr. Chitranjan, sir, to come and give vote of thanks.
It is my pleasure to propose vote of thanks on the occasion of 3-day international conference, the role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of the society. Hope you all have heard the messages given by our honorable members here. I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of our conference members and special thanks to our chief guests, guests of honors, special guests, invitee guests for accepting our invitation and delivering valuable messages here. We are grateful to Professor P. Balabhaskar sir, our principal, and for his cooperation and in his for conducting this conference, and also to our sponsors, Professor Limbadri Sir Garu, Chairman, Telangana Council for Higher Education, National Chapter, OWSD, PMJ Jewelers, and HDFC Bank, Banjara Hills. Without their support, it would not be how possible to organize this conference. I would like also to thank to all our OSD members, WEC members, all conference committee members for their kind cooperation and timely work. I would take this opportunity to thank all the teaching and non-teaching staff of this college, NCC, NSS students, and also our college students for attending this conference, and also residential college Siddipet staff and student. Last but not least, special thanks to our technical persons and media. Our grateful thanks to all for making this event grand successful. Hope you have the enlightened with this conference. Thank you. Thank you all.
Please, all of you stand for national anthem. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Cadets, all of you come on the dais for taking the group photo. Quick, తొందరగా.